Rather than classes, elves followed powerful paths that led to incredible abilities and skills. From Sam's previous timeline, he had learned about certain elves who followed the path of sowing. Such a path allowed for the user to eventually create an intense, imperceptible webbing made of mana. The webbing's power and density exceeded that of physical space, meaning it could contain more physical space within a tiny fraction of its own web. Just as Curtis was stepping inside, Talia held up her hand towards him. "The Banished One cannot enter here," said Talia. "He must sleep outside." Curtis's eye twitched and his shoulders tensed. He tried for the most part to look as if the cruel words of his sister didn't bother him. Sam wondered how long before he left the glittering forest he had to keep up such a front of stoicism. "Talia," Curtis hissed, "how long will you keep this up? It has been years." "And I've yet to forgive you," said Talia. "Nor will I ever." Sam stepped between them. "Talia," Sam said, "if Curtis sleeps outside, the security gained from the invisible cloaking of the encampment will be lost. It will be a complete waste." Talia's eyes narrowed. She walked away without saying anything. "I think that means you can stay," said Sam, looking to Curtis. "I think that means she thinks she's so much better than you that she can't even fathom wasting a breath arguing with you," said Curtis. Sam shrugged. "She probably meant both." 97. Days passed. The large group eventually emerged from the forest they had spent many days traveling through to arrive at a large river crossing. The rushing waterway was known as the Whisperwind River. The large water channel separated the major provinces of Volsungur from its westernmost province, Eldrin Province. The province was one of the more independent provinces in the nation. In Sam's previous timeline, it had been the province that Grendel Blackheart, the villainous traveler that Sam had faced off against just over a year ago during the Secret Gate affair, had been a leader of. Grendel Blackheart had helped foster anti-elvish hatred and had slaughtered thousands of elves who had attempted to escape into Volsungur after Lilith had taken over the Glittering Forest in Sam's first timeline. Now, Sam suspected the evil man may have been taken over by one of Lilith's mind control cockroaches. Grendel had always been a murderous, evil man, causing unnecessary harm to others, so knowing that Lilith might have taken him over did not cause Sam any guilt or concern over his actions to destroy him back in the Secret Gate affair. He was an evil man before the Elven genocide, and Westria was better off without him. Sam was glad Lilith wouldn't be able to use such a powerful traveler as a pawn in their upcoming conflict with one another. The river marked a significant point in their journey towards the Glittering Forest. Sam and his companions were definitely getting closer. An ancient stone bridge could be seen in the distance. The bridge was known as Rhaegar's Crossing. The bridge commemorated an ancient warrior known as Rhaegar, who had slain a monstrous dread dragon over 200 years ago. It reminded Sam of a time in Westria's past when the dungeon gates didn't pop up across the land, causing terror. A time when monsters still roamed, but they were far rarer in their appearance. The bridge had been crucial in linking up Eldrin Province with the rest of Volsungar. The group marched in the direction of the bridge. They were halfway there when Thalia and her 2 elven guards stopped. The first sign that things weren't right was that Thalia didn't turn around to say anything mean or cutting to any of them. They could hear something. Sam triggered his mana sense. His stomach lurched. He could sense a large mana entity coming towards them at rapid speed. Suddenly cresting over the woodland beyond the bridge was a massive black orb, flashing through the sky. It took Sam a second to recognize that the thing flying in the air wasn't just an orb. It was a huge flying beetle. Damn, Sam thought to himself. Some of Lilith's more advanced creations have already hatched. Everyone had their weapons out. The elven rangers were shooting imbued mana arrows in the direction of the beetle. The beetle shot out a massive spray of yellow liquid. "Watch out!" Sam shouted. He immediately materialized a vial of blood and whipped it at the ground outside the area, getting hit by the spray, and triggered blood teleport. When Sam emerged, he could see the majority of his companions had gotten hit by the spray. The spray began to grow from a tiny, porous liquid into a large, yellow goo that held one in place. More than half the party had suddenly been paralyzed. "Someone protect the Queen!" shouted Mildred, locked in the goo. Edgar rushed towards Queen Alice, who was covered in the paralyzing goo. The beetle shot out a purple liquid dart. With the remaining blood on the ground from his broken vial, Sam conjured a blood flame ball and whipped it at the purple liquid dart. "Please intercept." The projectile was too slow. Edgar leaped to take the hit, but the dart went right past him and into Alice's chest. The Queen's eyes widened and she stumbled back. Her eyes fell into the back of her head and she collapsed on the ground. "Alice!" Sam yelled. "Kill it!" shouted Edgar. "I got the Queen from here." The bug suddenly screeched and started acting frenetically. Sam materialized a handful of vials. He whipped one on the ground before whipping another in the air towards the flying beetle. He conjured a blood flame ball and whipped it at the vial in the air. The fireball caught up with it, smashing it to pieces. Sam instantly teleported to the explosion in the air. He did this a few more times until he was in range of the giant beetle. He then triggered Hurting Hook. A bright orange rope shot out from Sam's hands and landed right in the skull of the beetle like a harpoon. The Hurting Hook pulled Sam close to the beetle at a rapid pace. He didn't waste the momentum. He materialized his shadow blade and stabbed the beetle right between the forehead, cracking open its skull and puncturing its brain beneath. A spray of yellow blood burst out from the creature's exposed head, and it began to tumble towards the rushing river. Sam wrenched his sword free and teleported himself back to the original patch of blood he had created on the ground beside the river. When he emerged back on the ground, the giant beetle had crashed into the river and was rushing down far away from them. Sam's heart was racing. From the moment he had stabbed the beetle's brain, the paralyzing goo had dissipated. The rest of the party was on their feet, huddled around Mildred Cross, holding Alice with tears in her eyes. Sam rushed towards them. His whole body felt tense and horrible. "Please don't be dead," he thought to himself over and over again. He kept playing out the conversation in his head where he had encouraged Alice to come with them. This was the exact nightmare scenario that they were trying to avoid. "Is she okay?" he asked. Mildred held Alice's pale body in her arms. She looked up at Sam. Normally so stoic and reserved, Mildred's eyes were brimming with tears as she shook her head in response to Sam's question. 98. Sam's heart raced as he looked down at Alice. She was unconscious, her skin sickly pale. Mildred gripped the girl in her arms, shaking her, hoping she would wake up. Sam couldn't believe what he was witnessing. Queen Alice Grace was dying in front of his very eyes. The woman he'd saved over 2 years ago. The woman whose assassination had changed so much of history for the worse, and who once saved, helped improve the lives of so many Westrians for the better. This woman couldn't be dying. Sam didn't care if Alice had lived for far longer than she had in his previous timeline. It was still too early to lose her in this one. "There must be something we can do," said Sam. Toby was right on it. He pounded Atlas's scepter of tides into the ground and clutched his fist as he cast a spell. A huge geyser of water burst out of the ground nearby. The overflow of the gushing water rained down on all of them with special healing properties. The rejuvenating droplets hit Alice, but did nothing to change her poisoned, unconscious state. "Alice, please, stay with us," Mildred pleaded through teary eyes. Curtis crouched down and checked Alice's pulse. Then, cutting through the panic and fear, the elf said, "She's alive, and she's been poisoned very badly. There is an antidote. A while back, I had investigated the traces of venom left behind in the exoskeleton of a similar insect, and I began trying to piece together a cure. I was missing one crucial ingredient I believe would have led to an immediate recovery." "What is it?" gasped Edgar. The guildmaster had been trying to hold it together for the rest of the party's sake, but accidentally let out his desperate concern at the first sign of hope. "Gleam root," said Curtis. "It's very common in the glittering forest. If we can get there, Alice still might have a chance." "How much time do we have?" said Mildred, wiping her eyes. "So long as we keep Alice hydrated and fed," said Curtis.
We have about 2 weeks.
No one had to point out that 2 weeks was not enough time to get to the glittering forest. They were still about a month's travel away at the very least. "Then we better get a move on," said Sam. "I know I certainly wish I could lie down and forget the last half an hour ever happened, but we don't have that luxury. We'll need to escort the Queen as safely as we can. Do we have a stretcher or pallet of some kind?" Toby materialized one from his inventory and held it up. Mildred took it out of the boy's hands and placed Alice neatly upon it. Before she could ask someone to pick up the other end, Edgar was already there, ready to pick up the princess. "Come on," said the guildmaster. "Let's go." The group traveled in silence for many hours. They moved at a quick pace. The entire tone of the traveling group had changed. Even if their mission had been important before, there was an even greater sense of urgency now that their friend and Queen's life might be on the line. As they moved quickly through the forest, Clara turned to Toby. "Since when do you have a stretcher in your inventory?" "Since I acquired the Geyser Blast healing skill," said Toby. "I began to think of how I might grow as a wizard-class traveler. It looks like I'm going to have a range of both offensive and healing skills. I figured since space isn't an issue with our inventories, it might make sense to pick up some medical supplies and equipment." Clara nodded solemnly. "Good for thinking ahead." "I wish I could do more," sighed Toby. "I wish I had that gleam root stuff Curtis said we need for a cure." "You can try your best to plan ahead," said Clara. "But you can't plan for everything. Right now, we're adapting. I'm worried for Alice, but I'm ready to march day and night to get to the glittering forest in time to save her. That's all we can do right now." Toby nodded, and they continued to march at the pace the group had set. "I'd like to know more about whatever it was that attacked us," said Clara. "I've not seen anything like that, especially outside of a dungeon gate. What exactly are we getting ourselves into?" As they traveled in solemn silence, Sam kept running the battle from the flying insect over and over in his head. He kept thinking about what he could have done better, how they could have avoided this harmful attack on Alice. He thought about getting airborne to finally take out the insect. He walked through the motions of whipping out the blood vials and using that as a means of teleporting. I was too slow, Sam thought. I need greater mobility in those types of situations. It made him think about his current set of abilities and how he could improve upon them. The newest evolution of blood teleport let him teleport items. What if? Sam had some ideas he planned on practicing as they traveled. Hopefully, it would make him an even more versatile fighter. It would also prove a good distraction from their current circumstances. He planned to get stronger, so nothing like this ever happened again. The group eventually came to a rest. No one wanted to stop moving, but it was deemed best they take a break. If they were too tired to defend themselves or even function properly, they were putting all of them, including Alice, at risk. It was counterintuitive, but if they wanted to keep the quick pace they were going at, they were going to need to take breaks as well. Once in the special elven encampment, they placed Alice in a room of her own. Most of the group retired to be by themselves and rest in silence. The day had been long and arduous, and everyone needed a moment to themselves. Except for Guildmaster Redfield. He came straight to Sam's room. "May I come in?" said Edgar. Sam held open the door and gestured for him to enter. The Guildmaster noticed Sam had a wooden shield sitting on his bed, oddly. Edgar wondered what he needed that for, but didn't care enough given the circumstances. "That monster today," said Edgar. "It was unlike anything I've ever seen before. How did it know where we were? And the way it shot that dart, it was almost as if it was coming after Alice on purpose. What aren't you telling me, Sam? That girl is like a daughter to Mildred, and I don't want to see—" Edgar stopped himself. His eyes were red. He took a deep breath. He was going to say, "I don't want to see Mildred lose another kid." But there was no reason to burden Sam with a past life he knew nothing about. "Look," said the Guildmaster, "I normally let you have a pretty loose leash as your boss and commander. But right now, I want to know everything you know. Sam knew that the guildmaster wasn't really commanding him right now. The older man was pleading. "Okay," said Sam. "I'll tell you everything I know. But all I ask is, you can't ask me how I know it. Agreed?" Edgar nodded. "The Glittering Forest is about to come under threat from a very powerful rogue traveler, one who can create and command her own insect army. The woman is powerful enough to completely eradicate the elven race from all of Westria." Edgar listened intently to Sam's words. "But why did the creature target Alice specifically?" said Edgar. "Also, I swear when I jumped to intercept the attack, the giant beetle began to freak out at the sight of me." Sam sighed. "These are things I do not know myself. All I know is we're about to face the biggest threat we've faced in our entire time working together. Bigger than the attempted coup in Resfall or the Dwarven Cataclysm." "Understood," said Edgar. "Right now my top priority is getting to the Glittering Forest and saving Alice. If the Queen passes from this world, I don't know if I'll give enough of a damn to save it." Edgar's words were not the words of a guildmaster, a soldier, or a traveler. They were not the words of someone who would keep on fighting for what was right, because that was his job. No, he was speaking merely as a man, tired and frightened for the future of those he cared about. Thalia Ashgrove leaned her head against the wall in her private chambers. The day had gone horrifically. She was already worried about the fact that she was bringing a group of humans, a dwarf, and the Banished One back with her to the Glittering Forest. Now she might be escorting the corpse of the dead human queen. She hadn't interacted with the girl that much, but to see her turn into that half-alive corpse like she did today made her own heart sink. They hadn't spoken much, but Thalia thought they understood each other. It wasn't easy being a leader or a figurehead. Thalia could see the burden and pressure the woman lived under and could relate. The human queen did not deserve to die, not like this. Then Thalia considered what the other elves might say when they got back to the Glittering Forest. People already constantly questioned her about her worthiness to take over from her father when he eventually passed. Showing up with a dead human queen definitely wouldn't improve things for her. How did this whole trip end up being such an utterly horrific debacle? She breathed in and out and tried to calm herself down. There was still hope. At least according to Curdy, she meant the Banished One. That young man with black hair seemed to trust the Banished One. They all did. She hoped the banished elf didn't prove them all wrong and betray their hopes like he had done to her so many years before. Thalia collapsed onto her bed and closed her eyes, hoping to capture some semblance of sleep before they had to continue their hurried march back home in a few hours' time. 43 years ago. Sylvanstride, Glittering Forest. Curtis awoke early that morning. In fact, it was debatable whether he had even slept at all. He had tossed and turned. His head had been spinning with both nervousness and excitement. He had been too restless to let sleep ever take its hold over him during the course of the night. He couldn't dream when his dreams were already front and center. Today was the most important day of his life. Today was his day of passages. An elf only ever experienced their day of passages once. It was always on one's 40th birthday, 10 years after one had left their Felinor, their long childhood, behind. Curtis picked himself out of bed and quickly got dressed. When he stepped out into the hallway of his family home, he was surprised to see one of his royal guards waiting for him. Silivrin. The older elf followed the path of the bow and was one of the most powerful archers in all of Sylvanstride, the capital city of the Glittering Forest. The master archer, however, didn't normally guard outside his door at night. He was more of a hired hand if Curtis was taking a trip out of Sylvanstride to the greater Glittering Forest and beyond. "Do not be alarmed," said Silivrin. "Your father wished me to escort you to the Grand Temple. Everyone is already awake. They are waiting for you now." Curtis felt a huge sense of honor and pride. His father had bestowed one of his best guards to escort him down to the Grand Temple. He was honoring his firstborn son, and showing how much great expectations he had for him. It filled Curtis with both pride and nervousness. He was the firstborn child of Arundor Ashgrove, the Ardonial, the High Ruler of the Glittering Forest. Curtis would be expected to become the Ardonial when his father eventually passed. Curtis tried not to think about it, because it hurt in his stomach to consider his father's death. When the creepy, foreboding feeling began to overwhelm him, he would remind himself that his father wouldn't be dying for another few hundred years. Silivrin strode ahead of him down the hall. As they worked their way down the upper palace of Mother Gaia, the great ancient tree at the center of Sylvanstride, Curtis dreamed of the life that was just about to open up before him. A young elf's day of passages was halfway between one's Lorivial, the elvish period of adolescence known as the dream horizon. It was at this point that one's dream was beginning to rise just beyond the horizon, offering a direction of where their life will take them. On the day of passages, an elf's mana core bloomed inside of them, and so too, the direction of their path. Curtis wondered what his path might be. Would he unlock the path of the bow like Silivrin or his own mother? Or would he be like his father and walk the path of the Thunderbird? Or would his path be something else entirely? I was the exact same on my day of passages, Silivrin smiled. Heart racing, mind restless. Curtis blinked. Is it that obvious? You are excited, said Silivrin, as you should be. The only advice I would give is to not fight it. The excitement stems from all the possibilities. After today, you will have your path, and that feeling you have now, of all roads being possible, will be gone forever. Enjoy this moment for what it is. There was a wistfulness in Silivrin's words. It made Curtis feel slightly calmer. 15 minutes later, the two of them stepped into the grand temple in the bottom layers of Mother Gaia. They entered a room with blue flames on the wall and a raised stone platform at the center of it. A group of older male and female elves stood around the stone platform, many of their faces shrouded in the shadows of their hoods. One face stood out. An older elf with long silver hair tied back in a ponytail, glasses, and a stern mouth covered by a gray goatee. His eyes were faded. His expression was neutral, solemn. It was the Ardonial, Arundor Ashgrove, Curtis's father. The older man did not welcome Curtis with a hug or warm greeting, not that Curtis expected this. During his long childhood, the man had been more affectionate, but since entering his Lorivial, the man had been more cold and distant. His father was stern, matter-of-fact, practical. Curtis would sometimes see other fathers and sons together, fishing, shopping, conversing. There was always more warmth between these people than anything Curtis had experienced with his father. He couldn't remember the last time his father had given him a hug, said, "I love you," or paid Curtis a compliment. Curtis knew he didn't need these things. His father was the Ardonial. He had so much more going on than to pay attention to whatever Curtis was feeling. Besides, the man provided him with a home in the upper palace of Mother Gaia, hired the best tutors for him to learn theories around Ethelum, and more. He also knew the man was more than busy. He had been grieving the loss of his wife and Curtis's mother from years earlier. The woman was a powerful ranger who had died protecting the elven homeland against a horde of undead bears from a swamp west of the glittering forest. Curtis missed his mother as well. He wished he and his father could talk about it. The woman would never get mentioned if it wasn't for his younger sister, Thalia. The girl was 13, curious, and precocious. Sometimes Curtis was jealous of her. She barely got to know their mother. Because of this, she didn't have to experience the pain both Curtis and their father had to go through. It was because of all of this fragmentation, confusion, and pain that spiraled within Curtis's family, that when his father not only gestured for Curtis to step on the stone platform in the temple below Mother Gaia, but went so far as to smile at Curtis, he felt an overwhelming sense of love and warmth from his father. He couldn't remember the last time the man had smiled at him, his own father. But today he had smiled. More signs that today was going to be one of the best days of Curtis's life. With nervousness and excitement, Curtis stepped onto the stone platform. Silivrin granted him a knowing smile and nod as Curtis stepped ahead of him. Curtis knew exactly what he needed to do here. He had learned about the rituals of the Day of Passages with his private tutors who had prepared him for this day. He kneeled on the stone altar and closed his eyes. In the room full of Aethelum, in the heart of Mother Gaia, Curtis opened his mind, heart, and soul and awaited the blooming of his core. A minute passed, and nothing happened. Curtis knew something wasn't right, but he kept his eyes shut. The ritual was supposed to happen within seconds. Soon, 2 minutes had passed and still nothing had happened. No blooming core. Nothing. "Don't open your eyes," Curtis kept telling himself. After 3 minutes, Curtis still had his eyes shut, but he could hear the muffled sounds of murmurs and whispers. Curtis felt his whole stomach wrench as he began to pray for his mana core to appear. "Don't open your eyes. Don't open your eyes. Don't open your eyes." Curtis thought so long as he kept his eyes closed, there was still a chance that his mana core might bloom. He could feel tears rolling down his cheeks, his whole body shaking. The day where his dreams came true was quickly turning into a nightmare. After 10 minutes, a voice bellowed in the room. "Open your damn eyes!" Curtis couldn't keep his eyes shut any longer. He opened his eyes to see his father, glowering at him. Curtis would have taken a whole lifetime of more apathetic coldness from his father than experience that look that day. His father looked at Curtis with nothing but disgust. "He's nothing but a Narfellan," spat Arendor. "Everyone be gone. Let him rot here in his shame. I can't stand the look of him." The Ardonial stormed out of the temple, and the other elder council members followed. Silivrin was the last to leave Curtis on his own. He couldn't see the ranger because his back was turned, and his eyes were covered in tears. But he imagined the man gave him a grim, mournful expression of pity and sadness. Curtis was an anomaly. A Narfellan, it was called. It had multiple meanings. Its direct translation was hollow tree. It was a word used to describe an elf who couldn't use magic. The way Curtis's father had used the word meant all of the word's meanings could apply. The other meaning of Narfellan was just as cruel and cutting as its more common definition. It was a way of calling someone a disgrace. 107 years ago, Sylvanstride, glittering forest. Decades passed after Curtis's disastrous Day of Passages. He hadn't realized it at the time, after his father had spat in his face and called him Narfellan, but that his life had changed forever. He wouldn't have a path. He wouldn't become a valuable member of the elven race. He wouldn't ever become Ardonial. No. The High Ruler of the Glittering Forest could not be an Narfellan. As soon as Curtis failed to have his core bloom, his rights of inheritance transferred over to his younger sister, Thalia. She would now follow in her father's footsteps, not him. A few dark years followed Curtis's failure. He felt isolated and alone, oppressed by others' pity and disgust with him. He had lost all of his friends. They had nothing to discuss after they had unlocked their paths, and he hadn't. They had a sense of purpose that he lacked. That was the worst part about being an Narfellan. Without a path, Curtis was directionless. Lost, alone. Curtis eventually turns to books as comfort and escape. First, he started with stories, adventures, ancient tales, myths. He then began to gravitate towards history, then science. He even paid traveling elves to bring back books from human lands and elsewhere on their travel. Slowly, Curtis began to find direction, build his own unofficial path. He would follow his own personal, homegrown path of knowledge. The feeling that books, knowledge, and information brought him filled him with joy and passion. Years passed, then decades. Curtis had dedicated his life to becoming a scholar. The pitying glances had lessened over the years. He preferred to be invisible to be pitied, and that was what happened. Still, Curtis hoped, and even hated himself for hoping, that all of his learning might bring some kind of pride or love from his family.
But the one thing that never went away was his father's hatred of him. It never relented, never softened.
The only person who found Curtis not an object of pity was his little sister Thalia. She still thought he was her cool, older brother. She saw him as unique. So what if he didn't know magic? He could teach her about constellations and how to measure the length of a triangle, or the crazy history of the different human kingdoms. So that was how Curtis survived. He had the love of his little sister and the joy of books and knowledge. Then, out of nowhere, an unexpected hope came. The emergence of the dungeon gates. Curtis had only discovered the term dungeon gate from a pamphlet brought back by traveling elves who had been in the neighboring human province of Eldrin. He had no idea that such a term existed, that the shining portals popping up across the forest were known as anything other than Gorgolaths, abominations. Those who followed the path of Aethelum came to see the Gorgolaths as a dangerous mutation of elven magic. They described it as a disruption to Larathel, an unbalanced spread of Quilinde. Those elves who followed the path of Aethelum quickly discovered ways to seal the gates from the outside, slowing their dangerous spread across the glittering forest. Arendor Ashgrove commanded that this knowledge be spread across the rest of Westria. The Gorgolaths had the power to destroy the entire world. No one listened to the elves in the end. The humans, dwarves, and orcs all wanted the power the dungeon gates provided. They didn't care about any of the warnings from the elves. Even Curtis had his own doubts about his father's actions. As soon as he learned more about the dungeon gates, Curtis felt curious. He read about the human travelers who entered the White Gate and came back out with special classes and magical abilities. It was like humans and the other races had suddenly unlocked the ability to gain paths like the elves. The rest of elvish society didn't see it this way. Curtis kept these opinions to himself. But then, one day, as Curtis was walking home from the great library, a huge white gate opened in the center of Sylvanstride. The white gate emerged on a drawbridge between the ancient tree housing the great library and the one leading to the central square of the city. The other elves, to witness the gate's emergence, all ran away in fright. Curtis felt his whole body tremble at the sight of the white gate. He instantly knew that this was an opportunity. The elves following the path of Aethelum will be here any moment and would destroy the gate from the outside, he thought. He had to decide then and there. He didn't have any time to waste. A second later, Curtis entered the White Gate. The trials of the tutorial dungeon were horrific. Curtis got by purely through strategy, wit, patience, and heaps of luck. When he arrived at the class choosing zone, he was given 3 class options: warrior, ranger, and wizard. There was no doubt in his mind which one he wanted to go with. He'd be a wizard. He'd unlock magic. He would gain a mana core. He would no longer be a disgrace to his father. Curtis chose the class and rematerialized outside of the White Gate. He was shocked to see the area was crowded with elven warriors and spellcasters, and more onlookers further beyond. He could hear the familiar whispered words of Narfelin and the disgraced son of the Ardoniel usher across the crowd like a wave. Before Curtis could say anything, he heard a powerful voice boom across the city. "What have you done, you fool?" Curtis turned around to see his father, pushing his way through the crowd. He beamed a smile at his father. "I did it, Father," said Curtis. "I unlocked a class. I'm a wizard. I'll be able to wield magic just like you and everyone." "You're not a wizard. You're not an elf. You're nothing but an embarrassing fool and disgrace," spat Arendor. "You have tainted the elven race with your actions. You are now contributing to the spread of Quilinde and the Gorgolaths." "But Father," said Curtis, I did it for you." Arendor Ashgrove shook his head. "I don't want to hear it," he said. "Let everyone be witness to what I'm about to do. Curtis Ashgrove, you are hereby banished from the glittering forest. Any elf who follows in your footsteps will meet a similar fate." Curtis's heart sank. He could see in his father's eyes that he would not change his mind on the matter. Curtis had been allowed a few hours to pack and sort his things before leaving Sylvanstride and then the glittering forest for good. After packing, he only had one thing left to do before leaving. He stood outside his sister's bedroom, and he could hear the sobs coming through the door. Curtis felt rotten. This won't be easy. He didn't want to do it. He didn't want any of this. He stepped into his sister's room and found her tear-stricken. "Thalia," said Curtis. She looked up from her bed where she was crying, and her face suddenly turned angry. "How could you do this, brother?" said Thalia. "You've brought shame on our family. You're abandoning me." "Thalia, I don't—" The girl shook her head. "I'm ashamed of you," cried Thalia. Curtis didn't know what to say. The girl was hurting, maybe even more than he was. She was so overwhelmingly upset that she was soothing herself with harsh words and anger. "I never want to see you again," she shouted. "Leave!" Those were the last words she said to him. Curtis's stomach lurched. He felt like he had been punched in the gut. All he had done was try and make his family proud of him, make his family love him despite his shortcomings. In the end, he had only made things worse. He left the glittering forest that night, accepting that he would never return again. Present, 1769. The group of travelers continued their journey westward through the Eldrin province, towards the elven homeland of the glittering forest. The mood across the party was somber and serious. Sam occasionally looked over his shoulder to see how Alice was doing. Every day, she looked worse. Her whole body wasn't just pale now, but her lips had a purple and blue hue. The specter of death crawled all over her. He hated to see her this way. He knew they all did. Even Thalia Ashgrove, who presented herself as a heartless and proud elf, looked over to the girl from time to time. Concern filled her eyes. Sam tried to not let dour thoughts of catastrophe overtake his mind. He knew such thoughts would slow him down. It was an active battle against them, though. How could he not worry about Alice dying from the poison venom of one of Lilith's monstrous creations? It was so easy to let his mind wander to Alice's funeral, the fragmentation of Volsungar, the collapse of so much of the work he'd done, and the eventual destruction of Westria at the hands of the Demon King. The problem was, worrying didn't help him. In fact, the thing he was worrying and fearing the most only became more likely the more he worried. He knew from all the training in his other lifetime that one needed to stay calm, not just in the heat of battle, but any emotionally intensive episode. The more you lost your composure, the more likely you were to make a mistake. Right now, the only mistake they could make was slowing down. Sam swallowed his worries and kept moving forward. As the group traveled across a valley, Curtis channeled mana and lightning into his hands. A very light and tiny lightning ball formed in his hand. He whipped it at Clara's feet. The girl sped up. Curtis kept doing this over and over again for the group, sending little shocks of electricity into the soles of everyone's shoes to give them that extra little buzz of energy to keep moving forward. Everyone was doing their bit. Olivia was casting divine inspiration on the entire party every time it was necessary. The level 3 novice tier paladin ability helped bring greater strength, defense, and luck to the group. They definitely needed all the luck they could get right now. The only person Curtis noticed who didn't seem to be doing anything to help matters was Thalia's guard, Lorien. The man was a famous elf warrior in his own right. He followed the path of the ranger, which was similar yet different from the path of the bow. Lorien was equally skilled in both ranged arts such as the bow, but also was a mighty wielder of the sword as well. Only the best were hired to guard the future Ardoniel of the glittering forest, which made it all the stranger that the man seemed to march forward in a daze, less focused than the others on the dying queen. Whenever Curtis caught Lorien looking around, his eyes ended up constantly drawn to the guildmaster and Mildred Cross, more than the sickly queen they were carrying. Odd, Curtis thought. The following day, Curtis approached Lorien with a bit of Reginald weed that he kept in his inventory, along with plenty of wizarding and crafting supplies. "Take a whiff of this," said Curtis, holding up the weed to Lorien. The elf guard scrunched his nose and pushed Curtis back venomously. Thalia saw the exchange and snapped at Curtis. "Don't come near my guards, banished one," she hissed. "They don't want to be infected with your taint." Curtis barely registered his sister's cruel words. He'd heard enough nasty things during his life in the glittering forest that it really wasn't a shock to him. Especially not now, after he'd witnessed Lorien's reaction to the Reginald weed. Curtis knew he would have to keep his eye on Lorien. There was no doubt about that. Later that night, inside the magical elven encampment, Lorien got up from his bed. He was fully clothed in his guardsman gear. He had gone to bed with them. He had never even gone to sleep. He had just gotten in bed and stared at the ceiling and waited for the rest of the party to drift off into slumber. He entered the main common area of the encampment to find Phelan on guard. He nodded to his companion, who got up to go get some sleep himself. Now Lorien would be the only person awake. He waited a few moments after Phelan left. Then he crept over to Thalia's room. The Eledian Ardona, the heir to the High Ruler of the glittering forest. But Lorien wasn't just drawn to Thalia's room. He was curious to go look at those people. The older man and woman. He was drawn to them. Something compelled him to observe them more. But he deemed it more important to visit Thalia's room first. He slipped into the woman's room. Thalia was drifting into sleep, dreams taking hold, when she heard the sound of a blade unsheathing in the night. It was the quietest sound, easy to miss like a whisper in the wind. Her eyes bulged open. A shadowy figure loomed above her. A silver blade reflected in the starlight. It rushed towards her bed, and Thalia rolled over, purposefully falling off the bed and onto the floor. She quickly got to her feet. The attacker rushed towards her, when out of nowhere a huge burst of lightning appeared, illuminating the whole room. Thalia could see it all. It happened so fast. Lorien was rushing towards her with bloodlust in his eyes. The banished one was behind him with a powerful lightning weapon of some kind. Curtis whipped his lightning chain forward, and the sharpened tip at the end of the chain went right through Lorien's chest and out the other side. Blood splattered everywhere. Lorien collapsed on the spot, dead. Thalia shuddered and was paralyzed with shock. Curtis walked over and kicked the body over. The pale corpse of Lorien Silverleaf lay before them. It then began to shake and wobble, and a large, monstrous, cockroach-like creature emerged from its mouth. 102. Curtis squashed the mind roach with his boot. "Curtis," Thalia said, breathing deeply in and out. "You saved me." Curtis blinked at his sister. "Thalia, you called me by my—" Thalia shook her head. I don't know. What's happening here? Why was Lorien trying to kill me in his sleep? What the heck was that bug?" "I've been studying the exoskeleton of the same bug for a few months now. We believe it has mind control properties. It can take over other people's minds and bodies and control them, killing the original host's consciousness in the process." Thalia shuddered. "This is a lot to take in," said Thalia. "How am I meant to believe you? You just killed one of my guards." "You saw with your own eyes what his intent was in here," said Curtis. "From my research on the exoskeleton, I suspected the insect to have an allergic and visceral reaction to Reginald weed, which, if you recall from earlier today, Lorien certainly did. From that moment on, I needed to keep an eye on him. I had planned on doing nothing, just observing, until something more substantial happened." Thalia let out a deep breath. "I don't even know what to say," said Thalia. "Lorien has been one of my guards for years. When did he get infected? What about Phelan?" "I tested Phelan already," said Curtis. "After the Lorien incident, I realized I didn't need a full bushel of it, and just rubbing some of it on my hands was enough to see if there was a reaction. So far, no one has been taken over by a mind roach other than Lorien." Mind roaches? Hosts being infected? For Thalia, it all felt like a little bit too much for the middle of the night. They also had to deal with Lorien's body. "What are we going to do with him?" "Don't worry. said Curtis. "I'll get Brock to help me. You can go sleep in my room." "I'm sure that's exactly what Lorien always wanted," said Thalia. "To be mind-controlled by a bug and then buried by a dwarf." "There are worse things," said Curtis. Thalia stepped over the dead guardsman and headed towards Curtis's room. Her last words to her brother were, "There are always worse things." Thalia struggled to sleep that night. She kept replaying the moment in her head, waking up to the sight of Lorien, his silver blade pointed at her. The flash of blue illumination from Curtis's lightning magic. Brother really had become proficient in new magic, huh? His spells reminded her of their father's. Dad will hate it when he sees it. She sighed and stared at the ceiling. Dad. Brother. These were words she never used. Their family had never used such words. Maybe she and Curtis had, but never their father. Why was she thinking them now? She still remembered the day Curtis was banished. The shock, the sense of betrayal. Why would her brother do something that was so bad for the world? Why would he do something that forced him to get banished and leave her all on her own? She hadn't pondered these questions in a long time. She had merely let her shock, hatred, and anger calcify around her until it became a thick, protective shell that cocooned her so well that she didn't even notice it was there. She thought back to when she had seen Curtis for the first time in almost a decade. She'd referred to him as banished one. She had made sure he kept his distance. And yet, if she was being honest with herself, maybe there was a small part of her that had been excited to see him again. A part of her that would never admit it, but had missed him all these years. Since reuniting with her brother, Thalia had considered the question of whether or not she could ever forgive her brother for what he did. But now she was starting to realize she wasn't so sure he would forgive her and the rest of their people who had turned their back on him. Especially their father. Thalia didn't get that much sleep that night, but she knew what she had to do the next morning. The group had been making extremely good time. They were only a few more days from the perimeter of the glittering forest. And thankfully, the human queen was still alive. Curtis had informed everyone early in the morning about what happened to Lorien. Thalia was pretty sure it must have shocked everyone. But they were in such a rush to get to the glittering forest that they didn't get too worked up about it. The fact that mind roaches were flying around and could infect any of them was a big issue, but it was something they could worry about after they saved their queen from dying from the giant beetle venom. The person who took it the worst was Phelan. He had a cold, distant expression and kept to himself, leading the party from far ahead. Meanwhile, Thalia and Curtis were walking side by side, a first for their journey. "Curtis," said Thalia. She had practiced what she was going to say to her brother, and now that it had come time to say it, she felt at a loss for words. Everything she had practiced in her head couldn't seem to exit her mouth. There was just too much to say, and way too huge a gulf to say it over. "I'm sorry," said Thalia, "for everything. For how Father treated you, for how I treated you, for how all of the elves treated you. I'm sorry when you got banished, I didn't even say goodbye. I'm so sorry, brother." Tears were filling her eyes. "Will you ever forgive me?" Thalia waited for an answer. No words came out of Curtis's mouth. His answer came when his arms wrapped around her back, and they embraced in a hug. "Of course I can forgive you," said Curtis. "All this time, I've been waiting for you to let me." Thalia wiped a tear from her eye. She felt that protective shell of hatred crack and then shatter altogether. She felt a sense of warmth, kindness, and belonging she hadn't felt in a very long time. The feeling of love from one's family.
"If you want," smiled Curtis, "I can tell you all the interesting things I've learned since I've been away. I can tell you about the attempted coup on Resfall." Dahlia's eyes beamed.
"Tell me more, big brother."
The words felt so nice to say. They were only a few hours from the glittering forest when a buzzing sound could be heard in the distance. Everyone took on a battle position. Emerging from the trees ahead of them was another massive beetle, like the one that had caused them so much trouble over a week ago. Not this time, Sam thought, materializing his sword. He rushed forward. Thalia readied herself for another battle as the giant beetle descended towards them. The black-haired swordsman, Sam, rushed ahead of them to take the beetle on his own. "He's crazy," she thought. "He can't fly. He'll get crushed by the monster's incredible height and airborne advantage." At that point, Sam jumped into the air, materializing a wooden shield beneath his feet. Then what happened next was amazing. The young man stepped into the air, seemingly teleporting the wooden shield from one spot to where his foot would land next, quickly staircasing his way up into the sky. Within seconds, the young man was at eye level with the beetle. Sam then sliced the giant beetle in half, the blood and guts of the creature raining down on the area below. Sam grinned as he returned back to the air below. Everyone cheered and clapped, impressed by his quick work of the giant beetle. Sam was just pleased to see his new test ability had worked during a real battle. Over the last week of travel, he had been trying to devise a way that would smooth out his current way of getting airborne. Throwing a vial of blood into the air, smashing it with a blood flame ball, and blood teleporting into the wreckage. He needed something faster, and that was when he devised his new shield platform walk. He had smashed a blood vial onto the shield ages ago, and the puddle and stain didn't disappear when he dematerialized it inside his inventory, meaning he could jump into the air and use the shield as a platform, and then blood teleport it to where his next step was landing. He dematerialized his shield and sword and looked to his group of companions. "Come on," he said. "We're almost there." A few hours later, the group crested a hill, and lying before them was a forest far larger than any of them had ever seen. The trees were massive and otherworldly, bigger than the size of buildings in Resfall. It was an incredible sight. They had finally made it. Alice was going to be okay. They had reached the perimeter of the glittering forest. 103 Sam and the rest of his companions stepped down the hill towards the mighty forest that lay before them. Halfway between them and the great ancient trees that loomed high over their heads, they reached an invisible wall. Sam placed his hand against the air and pushed. It wouldn't go through, even though seemingly nothing was there. So this is the perimeter, as they call it, Sam thought. The ancient woodland of the glittering forest was protected by a massive shield of old magic, crafted by some of the greatest and most powerful elves that ever existed. "You won't be able to penetrate the great perimeter," said Thalia. "It was crafted by ancient elves who had walked the path of Ethelum further than anyone has ever known. The mana shield protects the elven homeland from foreign invaders. Those who do not have pure elvish blood cannot enter." "Well, great. How do we bloody enter then?" said Brock. "It's simple," said Thalia, holding out her hand. "You take my hand, and your companions take yours, and the chain created by the bond of our hands, and my sharing of my Ethelum with yours, will let you go through." "A bit twee, ain't it?" said Brock. "Feels quite elvish. You know, the dwarves go for a real massive door in the mountains." "Sounds ugly and crude," said Thalia. "Just like—" "Don't you dare finish that sentence," said Brock. "The dwarves are a beautiful peep—" "Enough," said Edgar. "No petty elf and dwarf disputes from here on out. We have a lot more to deal with." "Fine by me," muttered Brock. "Let's get this over with." He held out his burly, thick, dwarven hands to Thalia, and the woman held his, and then the group formed a line, all holding hands, and entered through the perimeter. After almost everyone was through, Thalia stepped back out and carried Alice through the perimeter herself. "There should be some gleam root not far from here," said Curtis, marching off to the towering trees. The group followed behind. "What do they mean by Ethelum?" asked Clara to Toby and Sam. "The direct translation to the common tongue is ether," Sam explained. "It's essentially the Elvish word for mana." Sam's knowledge of Elvish wasn't perfect, but in the case of Ethelum, he knew the answer. The Elvish language actually got increasingly more difficult and arcane around the subject of old magic. Sam had tried to study it in his previous timeline and found it impenetrable, and by that point, almost all of the elves were dead, their knowledge and secrets lost from Westria forever. 30 minutes later, Curtis returned with a bushel of gleam root. "This is probably more than enough," Curtis said. Mildred looked from the elf to Alice with concern. "Alice is looking really bad," said Mildred. "I don't think we have a lot of time." Curtis nodded. "Okay, let me craft the antidote then." The elf materialized all the medicinal ingredients and put them together in a mug. He then materialized a kettle, and the group got a fire going. Once the water came to a boil, Curtis poured the hot water into the mug of ingredients. He stirred the mug with a spoon and let all the different ingredients steep together. Sam watched with deep concern and hope as Curtis approached the unconscious girl laid before them. Curtis hadn't said it to anyone, but Sam was pretty sure this antidote was purely theoretical based on his findings. They hadn't tested it on anyone yet. So this could still go horrifically wrong. All of their hopes now lay in this mug of herbal tea. Curtis crouched down and gently put the hot water to the pale queen's lips. "Be gentle," said Mildred. "Let's not burn her mouth in the process." Curtis poured the gentlest sip into Alice's mouth. They all watched with bated breath. Nothing happened. Curtis gave the girl another sip. Again, no change. Alice still looked like someone auditioning to be a corpse. Curtis gave the girl a third sip.
On this sip, everyone's eyes widened. Blood and warmth returned to Alice's face. It was truly miraculous.
"It's working!" cried Mildred. "Oh, yes, it's working!" Curtis kept going, giving Alice more and more sips of the antidote. The queen was coming back to life. She would be healed. In the distance, a group of elven rangers crouched down on one of the large branches of the ancient wood. They stared beyond the forest to the path of empty ground that divided the glittering forest and the great perimeter. Their eyes narrowed at the sight of those who had entered their protected homeland. Thalia Ashgrove, the Eledian Ardona. Phelan Lightbreeze, one of her royal guard, stood next to her. Lorien Silverleaf, however, was missing. Peculiarities. If it had only been that the rangers would have left their posts to greet the returning elves. But the group had come back with unexpected guests. Humans. A dwarf. The banished one. The rangers turned to one another, nodded, and then, in a flash, disappeared. The human queen was dozy but alive. She smiled and then faded back out of consciousness. Thalia was glad. A lot of strange things had been happening over the last few weeks and months. She was glad to know the human queen of Volsungar dying on her watch was not one of those things she had to add to her list. After an hour of letting the queen rest, they decided to continue their journey to Sylvenstride, the capital city of the glittering forest. Thalia and Phelan led the way, stepping between the giant roots of the trees and entering the glittering forest proper. The elf woman looked up to the branches high above. It wasn't normal for her to not be greeted by the rangers guarding the woods. If they weren't coming down to welcome them, what were they doing? "Be ready for anything, Phelan," said Thalia. "We're back home, but it isn't the same safe place we left." Meanwhile, across the glittering forest, far from the great perimeter and the border with the human kingdom of Volsungar on the westernmost side of the elven homeland, was a sleepy little village known as Moon Hollow. Moon Hollow was a quiet little lumber village that specialized in chopping trees and carving wood, all while making sure the glittering forest still thrived as an ancient woodland. The villagers of Moon Hollow were a simple but happy lot. They worked on lumber during the day, had dinner with their families at night, and then, on the weekend, danced and sang at the pub. It was quiet, warm, and cozy, far from the hustle and bustle and politics of the capital, Sylvenstride. The day was a normal weekday in Moon Hollow. The adults had gone off to work in the lumber yards while the shopkeepers and village folk busied themselves across the streets, keeping one eye on their tasks and chores and another eye on the young elves running around, playing, and getting themselves into trouble. Erfon was heading to the lumber yard, carrying his axe and whistling a tune. The male elf was 97 years old, meaning he was reaching the end of his silvereth, sometimes referred to as one's moonlit path, or one's early adulthood. He had outgrown his adolescent Loreveal, recognizing what the dreams of his path were, and knowing them, he had gone along the moonlight path to discover his potential and walk that passage. Where he would go next remained a mystery. The elves described the stage after the Silvereth as the beginning of a second lifetime. Erfon already had so much to be grateful for in this first lifetime that he felt almost spoiled to be contemplating a second. On his day of passages, he had unlocked the path of lumber like his father and his father's father before him. He'd grown on the path, improving his axe-chopping skills as well as the ancient art of tree mending and balance.
On top of this, he'd fallen in love with his childhood sweetheart and had a baby on the way. He wondered what the baby might be like, what path it might follow. Perhaps this was what the Elder Elves meant when they said the end of Silvereth was the beginning of a second lifetime. Erfon was about halfway to the lumberyard when his ears picked up the strangest sound. Bzzz. It was low frequency and could easily be missed if you weren't paying attention. Erfon couldn't see anything odd in front of him, so he turned around back towards the village. In the distance, he saw strange black dots in the sky. Erfon struggled to make sense of what he was seeing. It looked like raindrops, but they weren't falling, and the dots were getting bigger. And as the dots got bigger, the buzzing sound got louder. Bzzz. Erfon had an uneasy feeling in his stomach. He began moving back towards the village. The buzzing only got louder, and the black dots only more pronounced. He started to worry for his wife, for his elderly father, for the whole village. The black dots had gotten close enough now that Erfon could make out what they were. Bugs, cockroaches, a whole army of them. What kind of terrifying attack is this? The black dots began to shoot down from the sky. Just as Erfon got back to the village, he watched two of the black dots shoot down in the sky, right into the heads of two villagers. An old woman and an old man were sweeping out front of his shop. "Are you okay?" panted Erfon. The two elderly elves turned towards him, their eyes rolling back into their skulls. The old man and woman rushed towards Erfon. The man raised his broom to attack Erfon with. The buzzing sound got sharp, and Erfon instinctively knew to leap out of the way. One of the black dots had shot down from the ground, aiming right for his head. He looked over and saw a horrifyingly large black cockroach roaming on the ground. He wasted no time swinging his axe, smashing right through its carapace and leaving its crumpled guts to rot on the ground. The man and woman were rushing towards him now. Erfon made a wide circle around them and headed deeper into the village. He watched as the black dots shot down onto the ground, taking over the minds of men, women, and children. No, Erfon thought. This can't be happening. The village can't defend itself against an attack like this. He knew he had to get back home to his wife. He needed to protect her. He sprinted through the streets of Moonfall as fellow villagers screamed out in agony as the black bugs shot down from the sky and infiltrated their minds. Erfon banged down the door when he got home. His main hope for his wife was that she had stayed inside. She'd be protected from the bugs by the roof of their home. "Honey!" he yelled as he stepped on through. No answer. He rushed upstairs and found the bedroom empty. He rushed back down and checked the kitchen. Where is she? A sinking feeling began to overtake him as he stepped towards the back of the kitchen. He looked outside and there was his wife. She was standing in the garden. "Honey?" Erfon knew before she even turned around. He could feel it. He could sense it. The woman who turned around was no longer his wife. She had been hit by the strange falling black bugs. Erfon's eyes filled with tears. The sadness at the sight of the woman that he loved being no longer with him overwhelmed him. It overwhelmed him to the point that he wasn't paying attention to the sounds around him. He was too distracted to dodge the mind roach shooting down from high above. The bug torpedoed down right into Erfon's skull, crawling quickly and nestling itself inside the elven man's mind.
It looked like Arafon's second life was beginning, just not the way he had ever imagined. The citizens of Moon Hollow shuffled forward, joining a large horde of giant ants, beetles, and bugs. They were part of Lilith's army now. They were on their slow march toward Sylvanstride. 105, Sam and his companions traveled across the glittering forest, all of their faces awash in wonder. The elven forest was a majestic sight to behold. The ground was covered in thick, mossy roots that bent and slithered between the trees like wooden godlike serpents. The trees were thicker than any tree Sam had ever seen before. They were so ancient, they must have been alive for thousands of years, bearing witness to the beginning and end of countless lifetimes, as well as the rise and fall of multiple elven civilizations. If only these trees could talk, Sam thought idly to himself as they traveled. What wisdom could they share with us? It's incredible, said Clara. Did you know that within the ecosystem of the glittering forest, there are over 3 million different types of species, said Curtis. Toby gulped and looked around nervously. I do now. As they traveled deeper into the ancient forest, they began to see how the place had gained its name. The moss on the trees sparkled, the leaves flickered with light. Sam knew from his studies in his previous timeline that the moss on the trees in the glittering forest contained bioluminescent microorganisms that caused the trees to twinkle and glow. The group looked on with awe at the beauty of the ancient dwellings of the elves. Tourists, muttered Thalia ahead of them. A few hours later, the group crested a hill where the giant roots poked out of the ground, revealing a large dip in the landscape. From their new vantage point, they could see a massive network of trees and drawbridges. The orange light of warm interiors shone forth from many carved windows of the giant trees, indicating that people lived and conducted their lives inside of these massive and ancient wooden structures. It was unlike anything Sam had ever seen before. It was a city, composed out of tall, ancient trees. It was truly magnificent. They could see elves going to and fro across the drawbridges. There were also centralized squares with large crystals that looked to help people teleport from one layer of the tree metropolis to another. Welcome to Sylvanstride, said Thalia. The group was looking at the elven capital city with absolute awe and wonder, when suddenly Thalia raised her hand, narrowed her eyes, and spoke sternly. Nobody move. A tension jolted through Sam and all of his companions. Emerging all around them, as if hidden in the very pores of reality, were a squad of elven rangers, all holding up their bows, an arrow ready to fling right through the forehead of every last one of them. Thank you for the warm welcome, said Thalia. Did I stop being the Eledian Adana since I left, or did I miss something? You break sacred oaths by bringing these uninvited guests here, said the leader of the rangers. But they're not uninvited, said Thalia. I invited them. That she did, said Phelan. You know full well that a full council discussion is needed for bringing in foreigners, said the ranger leader. You've brought a host of human new magic wielders, a dwarf, and the banished one. Don't call him that, said Thalia. This is my brother Curtis's homeland. You disrespect me and my family by referring to him as such. I think your father, the Ardonial, would highly disagree, said the ranger leader. Well, bring him here, or me to him, spat Thalia. Or do you plan to simply present him with our corpses? I'm sure that will go down well. The ranger leader spat. We have orders to escort you to the Ardonial as soon as you arrive, said the ranger leader. The guests will be put in a holding cell until then. If they are to resist, they are to be killed immediately. Your father's orders. You've got to be bloody kidding me, shouted Brock. Is this really what elven hospitality looks like? Shh, said Curtis. You just couldn't leave us alone, could you, banished one? Said the ranger leader. First you broke our sacred oaths by entering the Gorgoliths. Then you somehow fixed a centuries-old grudge between the dwarves and elves. You know how many dwarvish importers and settlers have attempted to come to the glittering forest, since whatever you got up to there in the Snow Peak Mountains? Countless. It's absurd. Some of us were happy the way things were before. You fixed the grudge the dwarves had on elves, but you've done nothing for us?"
"Yeesh," said Brock.
"I'm sorry my brethren wanted to share with you some of our mead." Curtis stared at the ranger leader. "I've come here to help," he said, quietly. "I highly doubt someone like you can do anything to help us," said the ranger leader. "Your old guard, the mighty Silivrin, was killed by this new threat." Curtis's face looked pained by that news. "I'm sorry to hear that," said Curtis. "Nothing can be settled with us here on the outskirts of the city," said Thalia, interjecting. She turned to the group of travelers. "Please forgive me for this entrance into the capital. I will make sure Father lets you out as soon as possible. Bear with me until then." She turned to the ranger leader. "If I find out you laid even a finger on them, I'll come after you and your squad." With that, Thalia Ashgrove ran off to the nearest of the city's teleport crystals and vanished without a trace. Soon after departing the group of companions she had been traveling with for weeks, Thalia Ashgrove stepped into her father's assembly room. The old elven man kept his back turned to her. His long silver hair tied in a ponytail was what greeted her rather than the welcoming face of the man. "So," said the older elf, "you've returned." "Is that all you have to say, Father?" said Thalia. "Or do you hide behind the bows of the rangers who work for you? Is that how you operate now?" The older man shuddered. He turned around, red-faced. "How dare you speak to me that way?" bellowed Arendor. "I am your father. You do not disrespect me." Thalia snickered and shook her head. "Father, you're supposed to be the wisest and most powerful of the elves," said Thalia. "And yet, you can't accept that we need help in this forest. I have seen the powers of the enemy we're up against. Giant bugs that can poison you to death in an instant, and cockroaches that can take over your mind. Do you care more about your own personal pride than protecting your people?" The old man looked taken aback. "I finally reunited with Curtis, my brother, your son, the one that you banished from this place," said Thalia. "He's grown, Father. He's a powerful wielder of new magic. He's a hero to the humans he lives with. Even the dwarves in the Snow Peak Mountains love him. We need his help. We need his companions' help. All of them." The old man didn't say anything. Thalia grinned. "You're quiet when you know I'm right. Silent when you don't want to admit you're wrong. Who raised you to be such a cruel interlocutor?" sighed the old man, his face softening somewhat. "You know the answer to that," grinned Thalia. "Your men arrested the guests I came here with. I want that to be undone immediately. Beyond that, I wish you to meet and speak with them. We have much to discuss if we're going to take on this most deadly of enemies." Arendor let out another sigh. "I'll let the rangers know at once." "Good," said Thalia, turning to leave her father's assembly room. "I'll go give them a proper elvish greeting now." Just as Thalia was about to leave, Arendor spoke up. "I understand your brother and the humans," said the older man. "Did you really have to bring a dwarf?" Thalia smiled. "The dwarf's not so bad. You'll get used to him, you'll see." Sam leaned his head against the stone wall. It was cold against the back of his neck. It was damp, too. The group had been quiet since the rangers had brought them to an outpost on the edge of Sylvanstride and placed them in a holding cell. "I'm depressed," said Clara. Everyone perked up at that. One might expect Toby or Curtis to be glum, or Brock and Edgar to be grumpy. But Clara wasn't normally the first person in the group to voice her displeasure. Sam looked around their bleak surroundings. "Anyone would be depressed in here," he chimed in. "It's just," said Clara, "I was really excited to see Sylvanstride, and somehow we've ended up in a prison cell that looks like all prison cells." "Do you want me to try and bust down the door, lass?" asked Brock, raising his fists. "It won't work," said Curtis. "The bars are laced with ether. No, I mean mana." Being back home in the city that he grew up in after having been banished for years was clearly weighing on him. Should he speak the common tongue, or Elvish, or what? Sam would leave the elf to wrestle with those demons on his own. He was, however, curious about the bits of Elvish he had picked up during their journey so far. The thing that stuck out the most was the word the ranger leader had used. Gorgoloth. The specific sentence had been, "You broke our sacred oaths by entering the Gorgoloths." Sam knew the elves had a very disdainful view of the dungeon gates and new magic. The way the ranger leader had said, "entering the Gorgoloths," seemed to suggest he was referring to the dungeon gates. He figured the word had multiple connotations. It also maybe hinted at why the other elves called Curtis the Banished One. He had entered a dungeon gate which was basically against sacred elven law. Sam looked at his elf companion leaning against the wall with his arms crossed. The question that then floated into Sam's mind was, why did Curtis enter? If you had access to old magic and a path, why would you do something that would send you into exile? Sam knew such personal questions were not ones you could ask someone directly. If Curtis wanted to share them, he would share them in time. If there was anything Sam wanted to know more about from Curtis, it was his strange reaction to his question about mana weight and the undefinable value present on his thrower's gloves. It made him wonder if the answers to such questions might be answered in the great collective and ancient knowledge of old magic held by the elves. "This is pretty egregious," Edgar said, cutting through the silence. "I know," said Mildred. "I mean, throwing me, you, any of these lot into prison would be excusable," said Edgar. "But our queen?" Alice was sitting peacefully on the wooden bench in the cell. She was still recovering from the poison and hadn't been speaking much. "It's fine," said Alice. "We're here to help the elves because they're struggling to do it themselves. We've all experienced how bureaucracy and politics can keep us from getting things done. I'm going to give them the benefit of the doubt for now." "That's very mature of you, my lady," said Mildred. Alice rested her eyes. "I know. I also just don't have the strength to get mad." "The elves are lucky then," Sam teased. Alice's eyebrow noticeably twitched. "There's the old Alice coming back," laughed Sam. "Don't strain the queen, boy," said Mildred, butting in. Edgar piped up. "Let them be however they want." The discussion quickly came to a close at the sound of jangling keys and the subsequent emergence of Thalia just beyond the bars of their cell. "You lot look miserable," said Thalia. "Apologies for my people's behavior. "Are you ready for some nicer accommodations?" Half an hour later, the group was being escorted through the upper palace of Mother Gaia, the biggest and oldest tree in all of the glittering forest, the beating heart of the elven homeland and capital city. Mother Gaia, being the oldest and most potent tree in the glittering forest, served as a natural conduit for mana. The elves, with their deep understanding of old magic, had crafted an intricate system of magical glyphs and crystals embedded within the tree's vast network of roots and branches. These glyphs and crystals harmonized with the natural flow of mana, amplifying and directing its energy to create the Great Perimeter. One of the primary roles of the Ardonial was to share his mana with the great generator of mana at the top of Mother Gaia to help keep the Great Perimeter running. The group was taken to a guest quarters where they each had their own individual rooms and a shared suite with a kitchen and stove. Foreign fruits, such as purple peaches and fuzzy melons, local to the glittering forest, were freely available in large earthenware bowls on the countertop. Very quickly, the group retired to their rooms. They would be having a meeting with the Ardonial, Arendor Ashgrove, the following day to discuss Lilith and the ongoing bug infestation that was threatening the elven homeland. Until then, everyone wanted to rest after their journey and the less than warm welcome in their first few hours of Sylvanstride. The comfy accommodations were definitely soothing that sore point for everyone. Brock had already explored the wine cellar and had made requests for elvish beer to be brought to his chamber. With everyone resting, Sam saw an opportunity to further some of his own research and curiosities. He left the group's suite and went exploring the upper palace of Mother Gaia. He poked his head into rooms, finding other guest chambers, a small kitchen, and eventually a library. The large room was filled with shelves, filled with books from the ground to the ceiling. There was a sliding ladder to assist in retrieving the harder-to-reach books. He investigated the titles. They were all in Elvish. He could pick up a few phrases here and there, but he wouldn't be able to read them fluently. His spoken Elvish was better than his reading comprehension of the ancient language. Still, he was mesmerized and excited by all the knowledge in front of him. If they could save all of this from destruction, it would all be wisdom for Westria to use against the Demon King's onslaught of destruction. Sam flipped through a book, examining the pages, when he was startled by a voice. "Snooping around, are you?" He looked up to see Thalia. The elf heiress looked at Sam with a quiet intensity. "I'm not intruding, am I?" "Not at all," said Thalia, stepping into the room fully. "I'm just curious what a human wants to read in a library full of books written in Elvish. Then again, you can speak it somewhat. I haven't forgotten how you challenged me to that duel. So, tell me, young human, what knowledge do you seek?" Sam felt his heart pick up. Never in the wildest dreams of his first lifetime did he expect to be in a one-on-one conversation with Thalia Ashgrove, heir to the high rulership of the glittering forest. She was offering him an opportunity to pick her brain. He quickly considered how forward he should be and what would be safe to ask. He didn't want to cause such an affront to the sacred oaths and superstitions of the Elvish people that he lost out on even the tiniest morsel of new information. "I acquired a special item in a dungeon gate," Sam began. "Or a gorgolith, as you might say." Thalia grinned. "Very good. Picking up more words. I presume I used it correctly then?" "Yes and no. Your pronunciation could be a bit better," Thalia explained. "Gorgolith translated to the common tongue means abomination, mutation. So yes, what you call the dungeon gates directly translates to Gorgoloth. But Gorgoloth could refer to the class system and all of the abilities you hold, or the weird strangled mana coursing through your veins." Sam listened to Thalia's word closely. His ears perked up at the idea that his mana was somehow strangled. "Why is my mana weird from yours?" "Mine is natural, organic, born from me. Yours is something else, artificial, grafted on you. It's a part of you and yet entirely separate at the same time. The mana coursing through elves is different, more unique and connected to the person. We're getting sidetracked though now. You mentioned a special item you found?" "Yes," said Sam. "The description of the item left a lot to be desired. It gave me an odd, undefinable value as a measurement for throwing monsters into the air. The thing is, it didn't quite function in terms of normal physical weight. It made me start to think that the undefinable value was referring to something I'd never quite conceived of before. Something akin to mana weight?" Thalia couldn't hide her surprise. Her shoulders tensed, her nostrils flared. Sam could tell she was trying to conceal her shock, but he was able to pick up on the tiniest micro-expressions that let him know he was onto something with his theory. "I'm impressed, human," said Thalia. "You've somehow stumbled your way into discovering the very building blocks of old magic. What you've been referring to as mana weight, my people would call Lirathol, or, in the common tongue, harmony." "Harmony?" "Yes, harmony pertains specifically to the state of one's mana core and mana usage in relation to the rest of the world around it. When someone uses a spell, they are trading some of their harmony temporarily to cast it, which would make their harmony value less than normal." That made a certain kind of sense to Sam, especially in relation to the hidden value in his thrower's gloves. He had been unable to throw the dungeon boss until it had cast a powerful spell, and, afterwards, he had been able to throw it. The dungeon boss had lowered its harmony temporarily. "I see recognition on your face," smiled Thalia. "I think the undefinable value you're searching for is indeed harmony." In that moment, Sam checked his thrower's gloves to see if anything had changed. Thrower's gloves, Adept's tier, mythic. A powerful pair of gloves that allow the users to throw monster or creature high into the air, regardless of user's strength stat. Weight limit?
determined by capture being's harmony. Sam blinked. The system had updated itself with the new definition. He couldn't believe it. That was incredible. "Wait," said Sam, suddenly getting very excited. "I have so many more questions. If new magic can affect harmony, wouldn't that mean it's a good thing? I'm struggling to see how any of this leads to dungeon gates and new magic being perceived so badly by you and your people." Thalia rubbed her eyes. "I'll have to think on answering those questions. I may have broken multiple sacred oaths simply by telling you about harmony. We're going to have to finish this conversation later." Sam was slightly dismayed, but not incredibly so. He had made significant headway in his quest to find out more about the thrower's gloves and the strange, undefinable value that he now knew was harmony. Thalia left the library and placed her hand on her forehead. So many things were spinning through her mind. It was as the elders had predicted with the coming of the Gorgolaths. Its infection was spreading, corroding everything in its path, including the destruction of Lirathal. Thalia took in a deep breath. Something even more disconcerting was overwhelming her in that moment. "That kid," she thought, having sensed something in him. "It's not possible, is it?" She shook her head. It didn't matter. There was nothing they could do about it right now.
They had to stay focused on their current mission. That was it. These are strange times we're living through, Thalia thought as she strode through the upper palace towards her chambers. Very strange times. 107, Curtis stared at the ceiling of his private bedchambers. The sun was beginning to rise and poke through the leaves of the great trees that made up Sylvanstride and into his bedroom. The room was familiar to the one he'd grown up in, though he had been shown to the guest chambers like everyone else. It was weird to think the room he had slept in for decades wasn't too far away. A room he thought he would never return to, and perhaps still never would. He had never thought he'd get this close to it ever again. He hadn't slept at all that night. His stomach ached, his forehead drenched in sweat. His nerves were so bad, he would have considered himself sick, but he knew better. This was what it felt like to be home. This was what it felt like to be moments away from meeting the man who was so ashamed of you that he exiled you from your own home. Arendor Ashgrove, the Ardonial, Curtis's father. After a few moments of dread, Curtis rolled himself out of bed and began to get dressed and ready for the day. Him and his companions would be meeting the Ardonial that morning to discuss the ongoing insect problem currently affecting the glittering forest. To say Curtis was dreading the meeting was an understatement. Part of him wondered if he could skip it, bow out, forfeit the unwanted reunion between his father and himself. He knew he wouldn't be able to squirm his way out of it, though. For one thing, Sam wanted him there. And there was a part of Curtis that wanted to be there too. He had studied the Mind Roach's exoskeleton. He more than most understood the nature of the threat about to descend upon the glittering forest. This went beyond whatever feud and discontent him and his father shared. This involved everyone in the glittering forest and potentially all of Westria as well. By the time Curtis was dressed and stepping out of his room to join the others, he was just slightly more determined and slightly less resistant to the meeting ahead. He found Sam and the others standing in the kitchen area of their suite, eating pancakes with elvish fruit and syrup. "You ready?" asked Sam, finishing his coffee. "Ready to get it over with," he said. "Shall we?" The group cleared their plates and headed out into the main hall of the upper palace and were escorted by a special guard to the Ardonial's assembly room. Curtis's heart beat faster and faster as they got closer to his father's meeting chambers. How many years has it been? 7 years. 7 years is a lot shorter than the forever that the banishment promised. Still, it feels like a lifetime ago. The doors to the Ardonial's assembly room swung open, and the group stepped through. Curtis was well aware of where he was standing. He was in the middle of the pack, not leading the way nor trailing behind. Was he hoping his father wouldn't notice him, sticking out between the humans and the one dwarf that had come to pay him a visit? The man was on the other end of the hall. Curtis took in a deep breath. The man turned around. There he was, the man who had loomed over so much of his early life. the man who was the center of his nightmares, the person he had to fight to break through the second threshold. Arendor Ashgrove. The old elf didn't smile, nod, or say hello. He just stared out at the group of them, silently. Curtis had no idea how this meeting was going to go exactly. He imagined his father would address him and then perhaps everyone else. Curtis wasn't sure. Arendor took a step towards the group from the other end of his large meeting chamber. "My daughter has spoken highly of you all," said Arendor, looking Alice in the eye, then Edgar, then Mildred, and so on. The man's eye glanced on every single one of them, except for Curtis. A pit formed in Curtis's stomach. "I see now. This is how it's going to go." A pit of embarrassment and sense of humiliation ran through him, bringing him right back to that moment on his day of passages when it turned out he was a Narphalan. A disgrace. An elf who couldn't wield magic. In a split second, Curtis felt like he was right back there in the temple, overwhelmed by the sense of shame. The sense of self-hatred he had for himself, for failing his father. The self-hatred that was really just a way of protecting himself from where the true hate was coming from. The man who was meant to mentor and show him the world. The man who was meant to love and care for him. Arendor eventually reached Alice and took her hands in his. "Thank you for coming, Your Highness," he smiled. "I hope you and your group of travelers will be able to assist us with our ongoing problem." "Thank you for allowing us to visit the sacred grounds of the Glittering Forest," said Alice. "It is an honor. As for helping you out with your current woes, one of our best travelers, Sam, has knowledge on how to help." There was a sudden banging at the door. Everyone turned with shock. Everyone but Curtis. The elf felt only relief from the sudden change of focus away from the meeting with the father that had disowned him. "Enter," commanded Arendor. The doors swung open and 2 elven soldiers came in, holding another beaten and bruised elf, clad in ragged and ripped garments. "Ardoniel," bowed the 2 soldiers. "Grim tidings come from Moonfall Village. The entire village decimated. Worse than that, actually." "What is worse than decimation?" asked Arendor. "This," said a soldier, kicking the bruised elf on the ground. The elf on the ground hissed and jerked around spasmodically. The eyes were filled with nothing but black. "When we first captured him, he pretended to be normal," said the elf soldier. "But since we tied up his arms, he's gone completely catatonic. He's been taken over by those bugs. The entire village has. Our trackers tell us other villages have as well. There's an army of these mind-controlled elves. They're just the foot soldiers for the more terrifying insects roaming the western lands of the Glittering Forest." Arendor rubbed his forehead. "This is no good. We must protect others across the Glittering Forest, as well as all of those who reside here in Sylvanstride." The awkward feeling in Curtis's stomach had not gone away. It was only getting worse the more he thought about how he knew the answer. Don't do it. It won't go well. Hundreds of memories of Curtis trying to share scientific and historical facts with his father rushed through his mind. Memories before he had been banished, when he just wanted to show off to his father all the things he had learned, all the insights he had made. He just wanted to show his father something he could be proud of, but all he ever got was ignored or insulted or neglected. "I know how we can protect Sylvanstride," said Curtis. Somehow the words cut a silence through the room. Arendor's eyes twitched as the sound came out of Curtis's mouth. The Ardoniel looked at Curtis with a cruel face. "You expect me to believe that?" he hissed. "You stand here before me, proof that you couldn't even do banishment right." The words cut right through Curtis's body, but he swatted them away. This was so much bigger than him or his father. "As Ardoniel, I expect you to do whatever is in your power to protect your people. Or did you forget how to do that when you forgot how to be a father?" Curtis smiled at that last point. If his dad wanted to throw barbs, so could he. Arendor Ashgrove scowled at the words of the son he had disowned. "The mind roach is allergic to Reginald Weed," said Curtis, walking over to the insect-controlled elf on the ground. "Watch." Curtis materialized a piece of Reginald Weed from his inventory and held it up to the elf on the floor. It immediately began clawing and trying to get away from Curtis, acting crazed and violently. The soldiers kicked the mindless elf on the ground to keep him in place.
My recommendation would be to hang Reginald Weed all across Sylvanstride, said Curtis. That will keep any of the mind roaches from penetrating the city. That can be the beginning of our defensive strategy. A tiny bit of hatred faded away from his father's eyes. He was impressed, or at the very least appreciated the good idea. Such a tiny morsel of approval before his banishment might have filled Curtis with happiness for days, if not weeks. Now it meant nothing to him. It only confirmed how big a gulf there was between his father and him. Arendor turned to the soldiers and told them to go spread the word. If this bug army is coming from Moon Hollow, that roughly gives us a week until the army of bugs is at our doorstep here in Sylvanstride, said Arendor. What's our plan for when the powerful leader of this army shows up? Curtis smiled and turned to his black-haired companion with red eyes. Father, said Curtis, let me introduce you to Sam. Everyone in the room turned to Sam. He felt slightly awkward taking the spotlight after witnessing the cold-hearted reunion between Curtis and his father. It was weird as Sam had never known his parents, had only known the nuns and priests who looked after the orphanages he stayed in and the familial bonds he had made with the fellow orphans like Clara and Toby. He remembered days pickpocketing in the streets, days when he was so starving if they failed to steal some bread, he wasn't sure if he would make it. He remembered on days like that, he might catch a passing glimpse through a window of a mother setting the table with children sitting on either side, the father coming in and joining them. How nice it all looked, how cozy, how warm, how full of love. There were nights when Sam would fall asleep, yearning for such a family, to have a mom and a dad who loved him. It felt so unfair that he had neither. It felt cruel, unjust. And yet, seeing Curtis and his father, Sam realized that life could be cruel and unfair to you in other ways, even if you had a father or a mother, or both. He'd take Clara and Toby over a father like Arendor Ashgrove every single day of the week. A lot of people didn't get to choose their family. Sam would be forever grateful that he got to choose his, and even more appreciative of the fact that they chose him back. There was a part of him that wanted to punch Arendor Ashgrove in the face, for being so unkind to Curtis, for banishing him, for continuing to be so unkind and cruel to his own son. But that wasn't what they were here to litigate. It did make Sam wonder, however, how much was missed in the historical record of the Elven genocide in his first timeline. So much was destroyed, so much knowledge and wisdom lost. Perhaps in the utter destruction of the glittering forest at the hands of Lilith, so too was the fact that the Elven leadership was in the hands of an aging and embittered Ardoniel who had lost sight of the priorities of his people. Sam knew the broad strokes of the history of the Elven genocide, but there were plenty of details missing. He knew history's eye had lost track of certain things in his first timeline, and Sam quietly wondered what those missing pieces might be. Still, that didn't matter. They had already changed history immensely by being here, preparing to take on Lilith alongside the elves. In his first timeline, no one had come until it was too late. Curtis's plan to put Reginald Weed across Sylvanstride was an excellent defensive strategy against Lilith's mind roaches. Sam was just about to get into the next steps of his plan when a huge explosive blast happened outside the window of Mother Gaia. Crap, Sam thought. It's happening sooner than I expected. A massive gold portal emerged in the center of Sylvanstride. The Gold Gate. Don't panic, said Sam, staring right at Arendor and the other elves in the room. The biggest complication in the Elven genocide, and what proved to be the elves' downfall in Sam's first timeline, was the arrival of the Gold Gate. The Gold Gate was a special, irregular dungeon gate that appeared in the middle of Sylvanstride right before Lilith's invasion. All of the city's elves were so focused on trying to destroy and close the Gold Gate that they were unprepared for Lilith's massive siege on their capital city. The Gold Gate had been the first dungeon gate to appear in the Elven lands that the elves couldn't close with the use of their old magic. In the end, it meant that along with Lilith's siege, the elves also had to contend with a massive dungeon break as well. Things would be different this time, however. They were already more prepared. And this time,
Sam would be entering the Gold Gate. 30 minutes later, Sam and his companions stood outside the entrance of the Gold Gate. "So, to go over the plan one last time," said Sam. "I'll clear the Gold Gate while everyone else prepares Sylvanstride for the battle with Lilith and her army. Then I'll get back, and we'll take on Lilith together." Everyone nodded. Sam believed in all of his friends and companions. They were about to face one of the darkest moments in history from his previous timeline, and together, they were going to stop it from ever happening. "Good luck, everyone," said Sam, and with that, he stepped into the Gold Gate. Arendor Ashgrove returned to his private chambers after his meeting with the foreign visitors. He poured himself a glass of water and guzzled it down. He was feeling itchy and irritated from the moment Curtis had materialized that bushel of Reginald weed. "Thank goodness they didn't notice my eye twitch," he thought. "I wouldn't want to betray the new queen." He headed over to the window and looked across the city. "How shall I play it?" he pondered. "How shall I destroy every last one of these wretches who call this place home?" Arendor Ashgrove hadn't been Arendor Ashgrove for quite a while now. He was something else. Something darker and more sinister than even the cruel and stern man he had been once before. For deep inside his brain nestled a mind roach, manipulating his every thought and action. 109. Sam emerged on the other side of the Gold Gate, entering a realm where the ground at his feet was a beautiful cloud that stretched on for miles in all directions, and that, thankfully, he didn't fall through either. Above him was a dusky twilight sky, the sparkle of stars just faintly pulsing through the fading daylight. This would be the arena for the upcoming Gold Gate. The Gold Gate was an irregular gate, similar to a challenge gate. The way it worked was that there were 5 stages within a Gold Gate. The stage was increasingly difficult waves of monsters. To destroy a gold dungeon gate or keep it from dungeon breaking, one had to fight and survive their way through to the end of the 5th stage. Sam had chosen to enter the gate alone because he figured it was better to leave as many powerful fighters back in Sylvanstride in case Sam ended up taking far longer than expected in here, or Lilith managed to get to Sylvanstride quicker than anticipated. The other reason was simple. Sam knew he needed to train and rank up his Death Lord class if he had any hope of defeating Lilith in a fight. He was eager to get stronger. Sam materialized his Shadow Blade and got ready for the fight ahead of him. A day later, Lilith marched through the forest, leading her army behind her. She kept her eyes, ears, and nose alert. She was always looking, listening, smelling. She embodied her senses, using them as a shield, a sensory shield protecting her against any approaching threats. Right now, however, the biggest threat in the vicinity was her. No one would question that. Since hatching, and even more so since leaving the dungeon gate in which she was born, her power was growing by the hour. She could lay eggs and create more powerful insects for her army. She could create mind roaches and take over other living beings and harness them under her total control. And with that army, she planned on taking control of this entire forest realm she had been born within. If, for whatever reason, she couldn't take it over, she would then destroy it. Simple as that. The biggest threat to her at the moment was the species of pale-skinned and long-eared folk. They contained magic that could harm her and her insects. She also knew from seeing through the eyes of those under the control of her mind roaches that the long-eared folk species had acquired help from a group of other magic users from a different species. She remembered them, 2 of them in particular, the older man and the older woman. Edgar and Mildred, she had heard her companions call them. There was something about those 2 that confused Lilith, made her uncertain. They brought up feelings and sensations she hadn't known she had. They were feelings different from her normal way of seeing the world. Survive, kill, feed, repeat. She didn't like these new feelings, these new sensations. They were making her weaker. They didn't help her with her survival, her hunger for more power. If she ran into this Edgar and Mildred, she would make sure she'd kill them straight away. She would remove all threats to her growing power. She continued to march forward to the capital of the long-eared folk, her massive army following right behind her. Meanwhile, in Sylvanstride, Toby sat in on strategy meetings with his fellow traveler companions and the main elven army leadership. The city had been absolutely drenched in Reginald weed, which meant they were protected from any massive attacks made by mind roaches, which was good. The elven army generals pointed out where most likely the main fighting in an attack on Sylvanstride would take place. The most likely means of attack were either aerial or from the ground up. They would have rangers and other particularly strong anti-air fighters stationed all over the city, while the rest of the fighting forces would be situated in the two main entrances into Sylvanstride from the ground level. If coming from the very bottom of Sylvanstride, an area known as the Sacred Soil, the main way would be to crawl up the two central trees on the eastern and western ends of the city, respectively. These central trees were the next oldest and largest trees after Mother Gaia. These massive trees were known as Brother Solus and Sister Selene. The forces would be placed between these two trees, while the Ardoniel, Thalia, and Curtis would be stationed at the top of Mother Gaia to feed their mana into the generator and pull back the shield of the Great Perimeter to exist solely around Sylvanstride. The plan would be to keep Lilith and her bugs out for long enough that their ranged attacks would whittle away her army and give the elves the overall advantage to push forward and win the fight. The way the elven generals described the plan made it feel like the attack would be a breeze. That victory was assured. Toby was naturally inclined to never feel this way. But even still, the elven pride was concerning him. They'd never faced an attack on their capital city like this before. They'd never faced an enemy quite like this one either. It wasn't that Toby didn't believe in the elves, or even his and his own companions' ability to help out. But he also didn't believe it was going to be as easy and simple as the elven generals were making it out to be. From the window of the meeting room, he could see the glow of the giant gold dungeon gate. He didn't like that Sam wasn't here in the build-up to this fight. He knew they had to split their resources, but still it made him uneasy. Sam was always the trump card that worked in their favor. "Get back here soon, Sam," Toby thought to himself. "Get back soon." When the strategy meeting was over, he headed back to his chambers to absorb as many of the monster stones he still had in his inventory. He would raise his magic affinity stat to as high as it could go, so he was as strong as possible for the upcoming battle ahead. Toby knew he needed every advantage he could get. They all did. 110. Sam slashed his sword, cutting through an ether goblin's chest, leaving the monster to collapse into two pieces on the cloud floor of the Gold Gates arena. A message popped up in Sam's retina as he finished off the remaining ether goblin. "Congratulations! Stage 1 complete. Stage 2 will commence in 1 minute." Sam closed his eyes and breathed in and out, counting the seconds. He wasn't tired, not yet. Stage 1 of the Gold Gate had been easy, which was to be expected. The best thing he could do in the interim time before the start of the next stage was calm his mind. Keep composed. Prepare himself to return to the flow of battle in a few mere moments. He had never gained the exact details of how the Gold Gate in Sylvanstride operated, but he had read about other Gold Gates in his previous timeline. The first stage was typically quite easy. The stages got progressively more difficult as the traveler moved on from one stage to the next. The timer finished. Puffs of smoke appeared in the distance. Emerging from behind the clouds of smoke was a group of flying monkeys with bright red eyes and tambourines for hands. There were 4 of them. What the? Sam gripped his shadow blade and immediately swiped at the creature's shadows. The floating monkeys flapped their wings and stayed in the same spot, unharmed. Sam could see tufts of their fur split by the wind. That was as far as the damage went from his attacks on the creature's shadows. "Okay," Sam thought. "Going to have to get up close and personal then. That's fine." He rushed forward towards the floating monkeys. As soon as he was in a position to encompass all the monkeys in his radius, he triggered Pain Ring. A bright crimson-red light shot out from his chest, covering the arena. Within seconds, the gnawing teeth of his silver dragon armor set began powering him up. This was crucial. Even though attacking creatures' shadows typically did slightly less damage than normal, the sheer level of defense showcased by the flying monkey monsters suggested Sam was going to have to raise his power level significantly before he could take them out. He slashed his shadow blade at one of the floating monkey's chest. The creature disappeared and reappeared behind him. Sam turned around and slashed again. This time, the creature drew back with lightning speed. The apprentice-tier traveler was quickly taking in and assessing the creatures. They were fast and clever. Oppressing them with raw strength might not work here. That was fine. Sam had plenty of tricks up his sleeve. Sam triggered Hurting Hook. A sizzling orange light of energy shot out from his palm and into the monkey monster and dragged the creature right up to him. Sam pulled back his sword and stabbed the monster right in the neck. The life faded from the monkey's eyes as its blood dripped over the cloud arena, the white puffs being sprinkled with splotches of red. The other monkeys screamed with terror and began banging their tambourine hands together. Sam felt his vision wobble and his body slow down. Crap. The tambourine hands must be some kind of paralyzing spell ability. Sam knew he needed to finish them off quick before the spell overpowered him, and then they chewed him alive. Sam triggered Hurting Hook once more, dragging another one of the flying monkeys towards the tip of his shadow blade. The flying monkey screeched and howled as the Hurting Hook dragged the monster ever closer to Sam. Suddenly, its bright red eyes started glowing. Then it unleashed a beam of magic energy from both of its eyelids right towards Sam's face. Sam ducked his head and quickly chopped off the monkey's head. He turned to the remaining two monkeys who were gearing up to shoot red magic beams of their own. Sam materialized his arcane Aegis shield right as the blasts were coming in. The beams reflected off of the shield and bounced back and roasted the flying monkeys alive. A new prompt immediately appeared in his retina. Congratulations, Stage 2 complete. Stage 3 starts in 1 minute. Sam ran over and picked up the monster stones from the flying monkeys. He was making good headway here in the Gold Gate, though he knew the stages would get tougher. And then there was the irregularity of time dilation in the gates. He may have been breezing through the stages here, but days could have gone by while he was in here. He needed to complete the Gold Gate's trials before Lilith and her army arrived. The idea of stepping out of the gate to find Sylvanstride destroyed and his companions all dead pierced his thoughts whenever he lost focus. He shook his head. That won't happen, he told himself. We have a plan. We're prepared. We just need to keep pushing forward. The third stage of the trial commenced.
111.
Edgar Redfield was meditating in the Elven Temple in the upper palace of Mother Gaia. He was channeling his mana core, spinning it and strengthening it. He could sense that the mana in the glittering forest was so much denser and richer here than it was anywhere else he had ever been before. It was no wonder the elves were able to develop old magic and cultivate their paths. The mana density plus their long lives would have allowed them to grow into their magic and power. It was also not surprising why the elves put so much effort into protecting this place. If outsiders fully knew the extent of the power here, they would have fought and killed to get inside. Edgar opened his eyes. After the couple of hours he had spent in here, he was done meditating for the day. It was the best preparation he could do to prepare himself for the upcoming battle against the insect queen Lilith and her army of monsters. He would now go check and see how the others were doing in their preparations. From what Sam had told him, they were all on the precipice of fighting the greatest threat they had ever had to face. Just as Edgar was about to step out of the temple, Mildred Cross appeared at the entrance. "Oh," he said. He wasn't sure what to say to Mildred these days. They hadn't spoken much since their awkward and holiday-ruining conversation on Hearthmas a few months back. Of course, they had spoken about practical concerns during the journey to the glittering forest, but they hadn't spent any of that time alone, like they were now. "We need to talk," said Mildred. "Okay," said Edgar. "I'm worried," said Mildred. "I have a bad feeling about all of this. The elves don't seem to be as worried about this threat as they should. We're talking about a mind-controlled army and insects as powerful as the one that almost killed Alice." "You were in the strategy meetings, Mildred," said Edgar. "We have a plan. Everyone is doing what they can to prepare. No one feels good before a big battle. You, more than anyone, know that. Mildred took in a deep sigh. Okay, you're right. There's another thing, though. What are we gonna— Mildred! The older woman's face went red. Shoot, she found me, sighed Mildred. Why are you hiding from her? Asked Edgar. Aren't you her handmaiden and guardian? Just follow my lead and say no to whatever she asks, said Mildred. A second later, Queen Alice was standing in the hall just outside the Mana Temple. Mildred, I've been looking everywhere for you, said the Queen, only noticing Edgar at that point. Ah, Guildmaster, you're here too. This is perfect. There are things we must discuss. Maybe not this instant. Sure, said Edgar. Mildred gave Edgar a scornful look. I'm fully recovered from the poisoned dart of that bug creature, Alice began. And it is my plan to fight in the upcoming battle. Absolutely not, said Mildred. The Guildmaster agrees. Alice looked to Edgar. Really? Edgar stared at the young girl in front of him. She'd grown so much over the years that he'd come to know her. She'd even started training with her Phoenix class. She was going to be the first ruler of Volsungar who was also a traveler. She was going to grow up and be an incredible person. Edgar felt like he knew this, and fighting in this battle was just going to be another step in that journey. I think she should fight, said Edgar. Alice grinned. My thoughts exactly. Obviously, I'm not expecting to take on the fiercest warrior in this insect army, but I need to show the elves how much our human kingdom cares about them, and how better can I show that than actually fighting alongside them? Edgar nodded and smiled. Makes sense to me. Alice smiled and clapped her hands. Great, I'm going to go train. She scurried off, leaving Mildred and Edgar on their own once more. You better know what you're doing, said Mildred, looking at him with dead seriousness. You know what the girl means to me. I already thought I'd lost her once on this journey. You better not make me go through that again. Edgar had lived through enough battles and had seen enough death and destruction over his lifetime that he knew he couldn't promise Mildred what she wanted. Even still, he did anyway. I promise nothing bad will happen to her. Brock guzzled down another pint of elvish ale and slammed it down at the bar. Another! Is this really a good way of spending time before maybe the fight of our lives? Asked Toby. Of course, said Brock. I always drink in the build-up to a big battle. Nothing makes you fear death and misery more than a bloody hangover. Ain't that right, gents? The other elves in the bar were ignoring Brock and keeping their distance. He was fulfilling all the brash stereotypes the elves had about dwarves. Even Toby, Clara, and Olivia were slowly pushing their stools away from the dwarf. I have to say, I'd always heard good things about elvish ale, but I was always skeptical. What do the uppity elves know about creating a real brew, you know? Turns out I was wrong. This is delicious. Brock burped. I think that might be enough for tonight, said Olivia. We do have a big battle ahead. You can feel it everywhere we go. We're about to face a threat unlike any other. You heard what Sam told us. This woman, Lilith, she's a traveler born from inside a dungeon gate. We only have a few more days to prepare. We have to make it count. Olivia's words had enough power to make them all go quiet. Even Brock. Curtis found his sister on an upper balcony of Mother Gaia, staring out to the forest city of Sylvanstride. Do you think we'll be able to survive this fight, brother? Asked Thalia. Curtis sighed. I'm not sure, said Curtis. The Ardoniel seems to think so. Thalia shook her head and spat. What does he know? Curtis didn't respond. Our father's a cruel, awful man, isn't he? Said Thalia. Oh, you just noticed? Curtis smirked. I mean, he's so focused on tradition and rules and the sacred oaths, said Thalia. I get that they were once important in terms of protecting the elves, but now it seems like they're actually holding us back, making us weaker. Interesting thoughts coming from the future Ardoniel, said Curtis with a smile. Maybe, said Thalia. We just have to stop this place from getting completely destroyed first. The two looked out to the city once more. Even for Curtis, who had found a new group of people to call his friends and family, the upcoming battle was important to him. This place was where he grew up. It didn't matter how much he denied it, he had to protect this place, for it was once, and would always be, his home. 112. An elf who followed the path of the ranger lay crouched on the upper branch of the great tree on the far outer perimeter of Sylvanstride. He closed his eyes and listened to the sounds of the forest, the rhythm of the trees, the rustle of the leaves, the hum of the birds. Through the symphony of sounds the forest made, he picked up a discordant note, then another, and another. Footsteps. Countless footsteps. Marching. The enemy was close. Impossible, thought the ranger. They're not supposed to be here for another few days. The ranger knew he had to get the message back to the city at once. He disappeared from his branch in a flash. Toby took his final bite into his slice of delicious pink cantaloupe. The special fruit, native only to the glittering forest, had the texture of a melon with the sweet flavor of a strawberry. It was magnificent, a thing of beauty to Toby's taste buds. A strawberry was a single bite, 2 at most, and then the flavor was all gone. A slice of melon was 5 or 6 bites, more if you really savored it. It was incredible. Toby was already imagining being back in Resfall without his delicious pink cantaloupe. He wondered if they could import it. He then began to see piles of gold coins and immense riches as he imagined turning a profit on the fruit. Maybe something to consider after we survive the upcoming battle for our lives, Toby thought. He disposed of the finished melon slice and headed down from the upper palace to the main thoroughfare of Sylvanstride, known as Silverleaf Elmway. The elm trees that lined the street were known as silverleafs because they had a silver sheen when reflecting off the light. The street connected much of the city and led to the main market square that then split off towards the 2 other great ancient trees of the city, Brother Solus and Sister Selene. Toby's plan for the day was to mark down the different areas of the city that he might be able to surf to with his new special board and technique. It might come in handy in the upcoming battle. Right as he stepped out onto the Silverleaf Elmway, however, a huge booming horn echoed across the street. Based on the reactions of the elves around him, Toby could tell this haunting sound was not an everyday occurrence. A loud voice came on the speakers. Nirath Serinon, Gathol Vanor Celeste. Toby didn't know what the words meant, but he could tell from the faces of the elves around him that it wasn't good news. People started running frantically around. What did the speakers just say? Asked Toby. An elf turns to him, and recognizing that he didn't understand Elvish, spoke in the common tongue. We're under attack. The insect queen and her army will be here within the hour. Toby's heart sank. He turns to the golden dungeon gate floating near the city. Sam isn't back yet. The battle against Lilith was going to start without him. Toby didn't like that. He preferred going into battles with his best friend, who just so happened to be the most cunning and powerful traveler he knew. Tobes! Toby spun around and saw Clara running down the street, gripping her spear. The city is about to be attacked, said Toby. I know, said Clara. I was told to find you and go take up our position at Brother Solus. 20 minutes later, Clara and Toby found themselves in the crowd of soldiers on a platform carved out of the massive trunk of an ancient tree. Over 100 elven rangers were positioned, with arrows nocked and ready to shoot through the makeshift mana perimeter that was going to protect them against the incoming onslaught of deadly, monstrous insects. Toby scanned the crowd of soldiers. Between the elven heads with their long blonde hair and pointy ears, he could make out Olivia and Brock, both clutching their weapons ready to battle. Elsewhere, Edgar and Mildred were standing with Queen Alice in their own fighting positions. Everyone's face was pale, grim, and determined. There came a point in the build-up to a battle when no more words could be shared, no reassurances could be given. They had to accept facing whatever they were about to face. Toby turned to Clara. My ranged abilities will be useful at the start of the battle, so I'm going to move closer. Clara touched his hand. Even now, after having touched Clara's hand so many times before, it still felt electric. It still filled him with warmth and excitement. "Good luck," she said. "You too," said Toby. Toby hurried to the front of the platform where the Rangers were situated. He materialized his massive scepter. It would help him channel more powerful water blasts. "Can you hear that?" said the Ranger beside him. Toby couldn't hear anything beyond the nervous chatter of the soldiers around him. He shook his head. "The sound of crawling is getting louder in my ears," said the elf. "They're almost here. Get ready." Toby gulped. He channeled a powerful globule of hostile water in his hand, ready to dish out at the first monster that came his way. Then, emerging from deep in the forest below, beneath a veil of fog, were giant black spiders rapidly crawling up the side of Brother Solus towards the platform where they were all situated. The Rangers let out powerful arrow blows, knocking back the spider horde. Toby flung his water globule at a group of 3 giant spiders in close proximity, knocking them off the tree and sending them hurtling below towards their deaths. The spiders eventually pushed through and managed to crawl up to the platform where they were met by the invisible shield of the perimeter. Thank goodness for that magic shield, Toby thought. Thalia, Curtis, and Arendor were in Mother Gaia, feeding a special mana generator to keep this makeshift shield operating for as long possible. The monsters would eventually break through, but the elves could gain a huge advantage over the insect army before then. The waves of spiders continued to be pushed back. Then a new wave managed to push through and get to the perimeter again, and then leaped through onto the perimeter and started chewing on an elf ranger and spitting his guts out into the air. Toby's eyes widened. What the? That should not have happened. The perimeter shouldn't be broken yet. Toby looked over to Mother Gaia. Something had clearly gone wrong with their plan. "Father!" shouted Thalia. "What are you doing?" The Ardonial had stopped feeding his mana into the generator, which was meant to keep the mana perimeter up for the early part of the battle with Lilith and her insect army. Thalia and Curtis couldn't keep the perimeter up on their own. They were basically letting the insects into the Sylvan Stride without the perimeter up. They were sending countless elves to the slaughter. The older elf stood hunched by the mana generator. He turned around and grinned sinisterly at them. His eyes were full of anger and bloodlust. Curtis immediately understood what was going on. "He's been infected," gulped Curtis. "A mind roach." Thalia's eyes widened and shook with horror. But, the Reginald weed? "It must have happened before then," said Curtis. The Ardonial began creating crackling lightning within his hands. The man planned to battle them. "We're going to have to fight our father," said Thalia, getting ready. "Are you prepared for this, brother?" Lightning crackled in Curtis's palms. "Oh, little sis," he said. "It would be my absolute pleasure." 113. Sam thrusted his sword right into the heart of the lizard shaman. The blade punctured the monster's organs and went right through to the other side. Sam wrenched the blade, twisting it inside his enemy, before ripping it out and letting the last of the creature's blood drain out in a devastating and destructive spray. As the body collapsed on the ground, a message appeared in Sam's retina. "Congratulations! Stage 3 complete. Stage 4 will commence in 1 minute." Sam caught his breath. The stages were beginning to take it out of him now. They were definitely getting more difficult. He quickly perused his stats. Sam, Class, Blood Knight, Super Rare, Rank, Journeyman Tier. Ability, Pain Ring, Novice Tier, Level 3. Mark part of the battlefield is yours. Within that circle, the more you are hurt, the more powerful your attacks. Battle awareness also now increases as you take more damage. After significant damage is taken, user acquires split-second vision to see where their opponent is going to move and do seconds before they do it. Herding Hook. Apprentice Tier, Level 3. Shoot a hook rope that if it hits an enemy, it can pull them back closer towards you, or send you hurtling quickly towards them. Hook can be bent at will to whip and hurl enemies with. Herding Hook can also latch itself onto inanimate objects and be used as a magical grappling hook. Blood Vision, Journeyman Tier, Level 1. can see blood vessels beneath the skin, allowing for greater accuracy and destruction, can pinpoint and hit vital arteries and organs of one's enemies. Class: Death Lord, Legendary. Rank: Apprentice Tier. Ability: Blood Flame, Novice Tier, Level 4. Morph all spilled blood in a nearby radius into a powerful magical fire. Can also create blood flame projectiles in hand from spilled blood. Can now conjure blood flame sword from spilled blood. Can now also generate a blood flame storm within the vicinity of spilled blood. Blood Teleport, Apprentice Tier, Level 2. Teleport to and from spilled blood on the battlefield. Objects with blood spilled on them can be teleported to and from other sources of spilled blood now as well. Strength: 52. Agility: 50. Endurance: 53.1. Magic Affinity: 52.8. Skill Quests: Pain Ring, Level 4. Destroy 10,000 monsters with the aid of split-second vision. 1,467 over 10,000. Blood Flame, Level 5. Gain mastery with your Blood Flame Storm, 18%. Hurting Hook, Level 4. Gain mastery over your new Hurting Hook, 21%. Blood Teleport, Level 3. Gain mastery over Blood Teleport, 18%. Sam smiled. Things were definitely improving for him. The best thing of all, though, was his agility stat was just 1 stat point away from hitting 51. That would push all of his stats into Journeyman Tier level, and would mean his Death Lord class would rank up to Journeyman Tier, giving him a whole new level of power and a new ability. Sam gripped his blade, determined to hit the new tier in his second class before leaving the Gold Gate. It would be the final piece of training before he went to take on Lilith. The elven soldiers on Brother Solus had to retreat back with the breakdown of the magic perimeter. The insects had managed to take over the platform. Giant spiders and ants clawed up onto the tree and were entering the main section of Sylvanstride. Across the battlefield, Mildred fought giant violent ants with the use of her ninja class skills. She surrounded the giant ant with 3 of her Mirage clones, shattering them to deal intense damage into the creature. As the insect died, another praying mantis rushed towards her. Mildred triggered her Journeyman Tier ability, Mirage Blades. Clone knives went flying towards the creature, causing intense damage. She rushed up and stabbed the praying mantis right in the throat. Yellow bodily fluid gushed out of it as it died on the ground before her. Edgar Redfield was nearby, tearing through insects with his spirit druid abilities. Further away, Alice and Clara were fighting together, making a great duo. As Mildred killed another giant ant, a new enemy emerged, flying up the side of Brother Solus and revealing herself. It was a strange-looking humanoid woman with fleshy tendrils for hair and glowing green eyes. She had black wings that helped her fly high above the battlefield. Lilith. It couldn't be, Mildred thought as soon as her eyes laid on the insect queen. Mildred thought she was being crazy, but when she glanced over to Edgar, she could see he was undergoing a very similar thought process. At that moment, Lilith flew away from the battle taking place at Brother Solus and headed towards Sister Celine. "We have to follow her," said Mildred. "I don't know why, Edgar, but you and I must take that woman on." Edgar nodded. The two of them retreated from the battlefield, rushing past elven soldiers fighting. They eventually arrived at the platform of the great ancient tree of Sister Celine. Lilith floated above the platform of the great tree, almost as if she was waiting for Edgar and Mildred to arrive. Mildred wondered if this insect queen was having the same odd feeling that both she and Edgar were having. As they arrived at the platform of Sister Celine, Mildred could not deny the thoughts running through her mind any longer. Her stomach lurched at the sight of Lilith up close. The insect queen had Mildred's cheekbones and Edgar's slanted eyes. This wasn't possible. Mildred couldn't explain it. But all 3 of them couldn't deny it. It's her, Mildred thought. Defying all understanding, the insect queen Lilith was Edgar Redfield's and Mildred Cross's long-lost and thought-to-be-dead daughter. 114.
Wind and energy swirled around Arendor Ashgrove as he powered himself up for an attack. He stared at his two children like they were nothing more than pests to be destroyed. Even the tiniest morsel of recognition, warmth, and love that the man had for his own children was now completely gone. This man was not their father, merely a shell, a mind roach operating the powerful elf as a host. Arendor Ashgrove was dead, his mind and soul rotted by the corruption of the insect controlling his brain. "Oh my," said Thalia, looking frantically between Curtis and her mind roach corrupted father. "Are we really going to fight our dad?" The fact that their true father was no longer alive hadn't sunk into Thalia's mind yet. It was a lot to take in at once. That their father was dead and that they needed to kill the mind roach that had taken over the man's body. Even Curtis could feel himself hesitating. This was still his father after all. And yet, Curtis already had experience fighting and killing his father. It was what he had to do to break through the second threshold. If he could fight and destroy his father inside his inner core realm, he could do it again here in real life. "We truly have no choice but to fight and destroy him," said Curtis. "It's either him or all of Sylvanstride and the Glittering Forest. He's now as great a threat to the elves as the insect queen Lilith out in the battlefield below." "Talk, talk, talk," spat Arendor. "That's all you do, banished one. You're not an elf, not really. You're like those other blabbering humans. You disgust me." Thalia winced at her father's words. "But if the mind roach has completely taken over his mind, how does he know who we are? Why does he sound like father?" asked Thalia. "Because a speck of his consciousness is still there. A speck that fuels the mind roach who has access to all of his memories and feelings. It's doing everything the mind roach wants. And in the moments between that, father's mind is running on autopilot." Thalia shuddered and grimaced at their father. "You spoiled, rotten children," spat Arendor. "I can't wait to end you." "Follow my lead," said Curtis to his sister. "I was prepared for this." A few days earlier, in the planning meetings of the upcoming battle with Lilith, Sam had spoken with all his traveler companions, including Curtis. "We must be prepared for the possibility that there will be elves in Sylvanstride who were corrupted by the mind roaches before we set up the Reginald Weed," Sam explained. "In the final battle with Lilith and her insect army, it's possible that elves within our midst might betray us." Everyone looked at Sam with a serious expression. "I've developed a countermeasure," Sam said, materializing a set of powerful-looking darts, one for each of his companions. He grinned. They were powerful darts imbued with a hugely potent amount of Reginald Weed. It was the ultimate counter against someone corrupted by a mind roach. "I hope you won't have to use these," said Sam, "but I want you to have them, in case you do." Arendor's fingers clutched at the air, like a puppeteer drawing at invisible strings, manipulating the very world around them. Suddenly, dark clouds swirled overhead. A terrifying roar of thunder echoed across the land. Huge lightning strikes splintered across the sky, landing down on the platform where they were standing. If any one of them landed on Thalia or Curtis, they would have been dead in an instant. Electrocuted to dust. No remains. Curtis clawed the air with his hands, twisting the giant lightning strikes raining down on them and redirecting them in the direction of their father. Arendor Ashgrove's Storm Call was one of his most powerful abilities he'd learned along the path of the Thunderbird. It could manipulate the very sky above and bring down lightning strikes that rivaled the powers of the gods. And yet, the very first ability as a traveler with the wizard class gave Curtis the tools to fight against it. Curtis's novice-tier ability, elemental manipulation with an affinity for lightning, meant he could swerve and redirect the powerful blasts his father was sending their way. "This is your opportunity," Curtis yelled at his sister. "Go, now!" Thalia rushed forward, heading towards her father. She raised her fists. A mix of shadow and dream magic swirled around her arm as she threw a punch at her father's jaw. A wolf appeared from her hand, chomping at the bit. She swung wolf fist after wolf fist,
pummeling her mind-roach-corrupted father. Thalia delivered one devastating punch after another. Curtis got into position and threw the powerful dart full of Reginald weed right at his father. The older elf was too preoccupied to see the hostile projectile zoom across the battlefield. It landed right in the center of the Ardonial's chest. Arendor screamed out in horrific pain.
115, Lilith flapped her insect wings, hovering above the two enemy humans. She didn't know what to make of them. Lilith had learned how to read faces, how to perceive hostile and threatening energy from another being. She was struggling to read these two. They were powerful, formidable foes, but they were looking at her not quite with threatening destruction or violence, but rather concern. The looks the man and woman were giving her made her feel deeply uncomfortable, a feeling like worms were squirming around in her stomach. Words floated to her mind. Mother. Father. She didn't know where they were coming from. Such language was not in her vocabulary. She didn't deal with mothers and fathers. She was the new queen, the ruler of all of her insect creations and mind-roach-corrupted beings. There were no mothers and fathers within her domain, only her, the new queen. Her eyes narrowed at the humans below her. Even if she wasn't registering the same threat level as other enemies she had faced, they were still a problem that needed to be dealt with. She would remove these two humans as soon as possible. Edgar looked up at the insect woman floating above them. He was at a loss for words. He could see himself in her face, see Mildred. It defied all possibility. But our child, Edgar thought, never made it, never survived. That was about 6 years ago now. If their baby girl had somehow survived, that would have meant she was 6 years old. A child. A kid. Lilith looked like a woman in her late 20s, closer to Olivia Reeves' age. None of this made any sense. Edgar looked over to Mildred. The woman was speechless, her eyes glassy. This isn't good, Edgar thought. They were still in a battlefield, a war zone, a siege. This whole situation was simultaneously a miraculous dream come true and the worst nightmare of all time. Edgar would have done anything for there to be a different reality where things had worked out differently. But this was a nightmare only a demented goddess might come up with. This was horrific. He clenched his fists, not sure if he was ready to fight or bawl his eyes out. Mildred was trying her best to keep it together. She was speechless. She couldn't figure out how it was even possible that this girl in front of her could be their daughter. She then wondered if Lilith recognized that fact. Mildred couldn't even begin to fathom what might be going on inside the insect queen's mind at that moment. This woman was leading the destruction of all of Sylvanstride and the glittering forest. The only way to stop the onslaught was to stop her. Mildred didn't like the implications of what they might have to do here if they wanted to save Sylvanstride. "Lilith," said Mildred, taking a cautious step towards the flying insect woman. "Do you know who we are?" Lilith's eyes widened, and she suddenly screamed with terror. The insect woman shot a sharp tendril that went right through Mildred's heart and out the other side. 116 7 years ago. Resfall Edgar stepped out from the white gate. His whole body was exhausted. He was pained, horrified by the experience. He was also slightly confused by the final section of it all. He had been gifted a choice of classes, and they would give him new abilities and powers. It all sounded strange and unreal to him. He had had no opportunity to explore what any of that meant, for as soon as he had chosen the Spirit Druid class, a portal appeared that looked as if it would take him back home to Resfall. Tired and grumpy, he had no desire to stay in this awful other world and was happy to return. Waiting for him outside the white gate was his accomplice, Mildred Cross, along with the king and his court advisor, Clarence Erdstrom. "Thank goodness you survived, Redfield," said the king. "Mildred has informed us of the horrific place this portal has taken you to. I'm grateful you were able to return." "As am I," said Clarence Erdstrom with his sickly voice. "We are eager to hear more."
Edgar had been a soldier and warrior in the king's court for decades. He had fought in skirmishes, battles, and wars of all kinds. He had never encountered something like these portals. He didn't even know what to call them. More and more of the portals had been sighted across Volsungar in the last few days. Whatever these things were, Edgar knew they were going to change Westria forever. A few hours later, after the king and Clarence were satisfied with all of their questions, Mildred and Edgar were on their own, out in the quiet nighttime streets of Resfall. "I don't like that Clarence Erdstrom," said Edgar. "Who do you like?" snickered Mildred. "I like you," said Edgar, grinning. "Stop it," said the woman. "Shall we go for a drink?" "Are you going to ever stop asking me out?" said Mildred. "Nope," said Edgar, grinning. "Not until it's just a common thing we do between us and I don't even have to ask." "Don't get ahead of yourself, mister," said Mildred. "Princess Alice is going to be going to bed soon, and she likes it when I read her a story. A drink will have to wait for another night. Besides, you should look over whatever class you chose in there. I know that's what I'll be doing later this evening." With that, Mildred walked off, back towards the royal palace. Edgar watched her go. The woman of his dreams. A drink will have to wait for another night. That wasn't a no. That sounded quite like a yes. It was good enough to keep Edgar jubilant for the rest of the evening. In the weeks that followed, utter chaos ruled the land of Volsungar. Those who entered the White Gate and came out alive came to be known as travelers. Many who entered the White Gate never returned. The few travelers in Volsungar were immediately assigned roles to fight against monsters, mainly goblins, that seemed to be coming out, rushing from the blue portals dotted across the land. Edgar was in discussions with the king to form a travelers' guild, so that they could be a bit more organized with taking on the threat of these emerging portals, now referred to as dungeon gates. After a few more weeks, Edgar had become the new leader and guildmaster of the official Resfall Travelers Guilds. More guild would be formed across the different localities and provinces across Volsungar, all following the model set out by this initial guild. After a couple of months, the world had come to accept that the dungeon gates were here to stay, and luckily, travelers would be able to beat back their threatening presence. While Edgar had always been an esteemed warrior, for him to become the leader of this new class of soldier and adventurer filled him with great esteem. On top of this, he had gone for not just drinks with Mildred in his free time, but he had also gone for dinner with her on another night, and a stroll in the park another time. Both of them were approaching the latter half of their lives. They'd both fallen in love and nursed a broken heart far too many times to count, and yet to embark on the optimistic journey of falling in love once more felt like a joy to both of them. In the weeks that followed, they occasionally shared an entire evening and morning together. They would also occasionally take on the odd blue dungeon gate together. Life is strange, Edgar thought. The world has never been crazier, and yet I am in love and happier than I've ever been. Using the spirit druid mana cultivation, Edgar punched the giant worm that was the dungeon gate boss right in the side, creating a massive hole in its side. Pink blood gushed out, and the worm was soon on its side, melting into a monster stone. "Well done," said Mildred, coming over to him. He grabbed her by the waist and kissed her. The adrenaline of the battle had put him in a slightly crazed mood. He wanted to live life to the fullest, seize the moment. Death was only ever a second away. "We shouldn't," said Mildred, blushing. "The dungeon doesn't close up for another 2 hours." "You're crazy, Edgar Redfield," said Mildred. "Absolutely crazy." It was a miracle before it was a nightmare. Mildred had shown up at Edgar's place in the morning, beaming. "I don't know how to explain it, Edgar," said Mildred, "but I'm with child." Edgar's eyes widened. "I know," said Mildred. Mildred was past the age of getting pregnant. She had long given up hopes of motherhood and having a family. She had made her peace with that a long time ago. "It must have been when we, in the dungeon gate?" Edgar let out a loud sigh. "Oh no," said Mildred. "Are you disappointed? Overwhelmed? Stressed?" "No," said Edgar, holding out his arms to Mildred and shaking his head. "I'm in disbelief, but I couldn't be happier." They hugged, cried, and wept with happiness. At this point in their lives, they were finally going to have something they never thought they would: a family. A month later, Mildred started to show, which made it all the more striking when a few months after that, the baby disappeared. Edgar found Mildred grief-stricken one morning. Her body that had been changing over the last few months had suddenly changed drastically yet again. Her whole stomach was flat, like she had never been pregnant in the first place. "Mildred," said Edgar softly, "I'm sorry." Mildred sobbed. Her whole body shivered. She looked up with tears and snot covering her face. He had never seen the woman so pained. "Why?" she croaked. Why had she been given the hope of having a baby in the first place? What was the point? "I don't know," said Edgar. He tried to put his arm around to comfort her. She pushed him away. She shook her head. "We should never have done something so important in a treacherous place like a dungeon," she spat at Edgar. "It's no one's fault, Mildred," said Edgar. But she couldn't hear him. She was too overwhelmed with grief. She screamed at him to go, to leave her. She didn't want to be with anyone. She wanted to be on her own with her sadness. Edgar tried to protest, but eventually he relented. He checked in on her later that day, and she told her to leave him alone. The same thing the day after, and the day after that. 2 months went by, and she always sent Edgar away. In such a short period of time, a gulf of grief, anger, and resentment had grown between them, one that felt impossible to ever cross. The love and connection they shared, impossible to return to. Some wounds simply could never be healed. As the months turned to years, it became easier to try and forget and move on than be constantly reminded of the horrible loss that now bonded them together day after day. 117, present day, 1789. Edgar screamed with horror at the sight of Lilith's pincer's tendrils wrenching its way right through Mildred's heart and out the other side. "Mildred!" Edgar felt the world spin around him. Mildred couldn't be dead. He couldn't believe it. There was so much that still remained unsaid between them. It was too soon. Just as a tear was forming in his eye, Mildred's body flickered out of existence, leaving only the elongated tendril pincer in place on its own. Footsteps echoed from the nearby shadows. Emerging from just off to the side was Mildred Cross, with hardly a scratch on her. Of course, Edgar thought with relief. He wasn't sure when, but Mildred had utilized her ninja class's mirage and clone ability to stay protected in their confrontation with Lilith, but clearly she had. For a moment, he had been worried that the sheer, uncanny nature of who Lilith was might have put Mildred off her normal strategic battle prowess, but it looked like that wasn't the case. "What should we do?" said Mildred. "I don't want to kill her." Edgar shook his head. "She's leading an assault on the city. She's going to kill everyone. We need to do something. We need to incapacitate her at the very least." The man looked around and saw the destruction taking place just across Sylvanstride at the Battle of Brother Solus. He didn't even want to think about what might have to be done once they had neutralized Lilith as a threat. Lilith flapped her insect wings in the air and stretched out her hands. A green glow formed in both of her palms, eventually taking on the shape of large spheres. She whipped the spheres towards the ground. Edgar and Mildred braced themselves for an explosion. Instead, the green orbs bubbled and boiled and burst open with countless large, hairy, venomous spiders. Edgar immediately took on a fighting stance. He triggered the apprentice tier ability of his spirit druid class, Conjure Spirit Flame Skin. The special pink mana that came from the spirit druid class suddenly enveloped all of Edgar's body. He then pushed forward and kicked a hole right through one of the hairy spiders, sending blood and guts flying. As he smashed through the summoned spiders, Lilith kept throwing down more green orbs to create more broodlings. Across from Edgar, Mildred was utilizing all of her ninja class skills, creating clones and shattering them to blow up spiders, stabbing them with her hairpin. Edgar pushed forward, obliterating the spiders as he did so. He eventually got close to Lilith. He triggered his journeyman tier ability, Spirit Werewolf Transformation. He erupted into a powerful form and leaped up at Lilith, ready to smash her to the ground. His attack managed to propel her down to the ground, but his fist hardly did any damage. Lilith looked back at Edgar with her alien, glowing green eyes. The Insect Queen had triggered some ability that turned her whole exterior into a thick, impenetrable bark. What the? Horns then began to appear outside of Lilith's body, until they all shot out and managed to stab Edgar in the side and hit Mildred as well. Suddenly, Edgar's vision went wobbly and he fell onto the floor, gyrating. He wanted to get up, but he couldn't. Mildred was on the ground as well. This is bad, Edgar thought. Very bad. Sam slashed off the arm of a winged sky ogre before delivering another slash right through the side of its body, severing the creature in half. Multiple messages appeared in Sam's profile. Congratulations! Deathlord has reached Journeyman tier. Sam grinned. His eyes then widened as he took in his newest ability. That sounds incredible, he thought, eager to try out the new power. Perfect timing, as the other message in his profile said, Congratulations! Stage 4 complete. Stage 5 will commence in 1 minute. Only one more stage left. Hang in there, you guys, Sam thought to himself. I'll be back soon.
118 Arendor screamed in pain. The old elf reached down to the dart that had punctured his chest and wrenched it free and then threw it away. You think stupid little tricks are going to beat me, he hissed. Curtis narrowed his eyes, taking in the mind-roach-corrupted version of his father. He couldn't decide which one was more of a cruel piece of trash, his original father or this mind-roach-corrupted one. Face it, hissed Arendor. You aren't strong enough to defeat me. The older elf was right. Thalia and Curtis did face an uphill battle trying to take on the Ardonial. He was older, wiser, and more powerful in his path than Thalia, or even Curtis's new magic equivalent. But what they lacked in sheer raw power, they more than made up for in the fact that it was 2-on-1. Arendor raised his arms and reached towards the stormy skies he had created. A burst of lightning shot down towards him, and defiantly, he grabbed hold of the lightning strike and wielded it in his hand. He threw the lightning in his hand towards Curtis. Curtis reached out and, using his wizard class's elemental manipulation ability, splintered the lightning bolt into tiny, smaller bolts until the projectile was completely destroyed before ever reaching him. Curtis stretched out his hand and created a ball of lightning to retaliate against his father with. He whipped it at the man, but as he threw the lightning ball, a sharp sound pierced his ears, throwing him and his accuracy off balance. Curtis clutched his ears as the sound was so powerful. It was causing so much pain he found himself collapsing onto the ground. The same effects were happening to Thalia. This was one of the most powerful abilities Arendor Ashgrove had learned on the path of the Thunderbird. This was an ability known as Thunderous Resonance. It allowed Arendor to manipulate the electrical pattern of sound waves to create a powerful, paralyzing area of effect attack. Curtis didn't see how they could break the spell, unless they were able to land an attack of Arendor. But that was the problem. They were too overwhelmed by the piercing sound waves to move close enough to attack him. Or so Curtis thought. Thalia teleported in a flash, using her Path of the Nightwolf abilities, reappearing near Arendor. Just as she reappeared, she held up her fist and delivered a powerful magic punch right into the back of Arendor's head. The arrogant older elf didn't see it coming, and he flew down to the ground. Thalia came at him with a barrage of powerful punches, way more powerful than the blows she'd previously delivered to him. She screamed with rage as she threw down the punches. Arendor coughed up blood, and suddenly Thalia held back her fist. She was shaking. Tears were coming down her eyes. I don't know, she trembled. If I can do... Arendor smiled up at her softly. You don't have to do anything, sweetie, he said. Thalia stayed still, locked in her position. She had her father in a fatal spot. One punch from her Nightwolf fist, and the old elf would be obliterated,
along with the mind roach that was corrupting his brain. The battle could be over in 1 second, one knockout blow. And yet, Thalia found herself hesitating. Arendor's face softened. "That's my girl, Thalia," said the man. "I'm still here, see? Your old grumpy mess of a father. There's another way. You can defeat the mind roach without killing me. Just let me show you the way." Tears brimmed in Thalia's eyes. "Don't listen to him," shouted Curtis. "It's the mind roach. He's lying to you." "Be a good girl and let me show you the way," said Arendor. "Lower your fists for me now." Thalia kept her fist raised, but her whole body was shivering. She couldn't do it. Arendor saw his chance and took it. He grabbed his daughter's arm and twisted it before sending shock waves of powerful lightning through her whole body. Thalia gyrated in the air. Arendor punched her in the gut so hard that she went flying across the platform, crashing into the ground. Thalia was bloody, bruised, and unconscious. "Idiot girl," hissed Arendor as he stepped up back onto his feet. "Now it's just you and me, son." Curtis was brimming with anger, lightning crackling in his hands. He was full of rage as he took in his little sister, unconscious and bruised on the ground before him. She had been beaten at the hands of their father that had been cruel to them all of their life. Curtis knew the mind roach had taken full control of Arendor Ashgrove now, but it still said something, that the difference between the man then and now was very little. "Don't worry, worthless child of mine," spat Arendor. "I'll finish off your sister after I'm done with you." Arendor then reached his hands out into the sky and began channeling massive bolts of lightning and hurling them towards Curtis. Curtis deflected them with his own elemental manipulation abilities. Lightning bolts then began to surround Arendor as he readied himself for a new attack. Lightning crackled and fizzled around the old elf until suddenly the electrical current created a bird he was riding on the back of. "You can't defeat me from above," hissed Arendor. "You're nothing but a rodent on the ground. You're worthless." Something finally snapped in Curtis. He wasn't going to take this man's garbage anymore. He shot out his hands and triggered his apprentice-tier wizard ability, Lightning Cage. A giant cage flew forth towards Arendor. The man just flew above it with his lightning bird. "Your abilities are worthless just like you are," taunted Arendor. Curtis ignored his father's taunts. He created a lightning cage, and then another. After he created countless lightning cages that were taking up a huge portion of the platform, Curtis then triggered his journeyman tier ability, Lightning Chain Hook. "Such a pitiful use of lightning magic," laughed Arendor from above. "What worthless thing will you show me next?" Then Curtis screamed. He had truly had enough. "I am not worthless!" He threw out his lightning chain hook. Arendor swerved on his elemental summon to dodge the attack. The old elf's eyes widened as he realized the attack wasn't for him. Curtis's lightning hook latched onto one of his lightning cages before being whipped in the direction of Arendor. Curtis used his lightning chain hook over and over again to hurl the lightning cages in the direction of his father. Soon enough, the old elf was surrounded by lightning cages all in the air. Curtis then smirked. "Survive this." He then triggered the level 3 evolution of his lightning cage ability, and all of the lightning cages surrounding Arendor shattered in a massive explosion. 119, Elven soldier Arindil Starblade gripped his sword as the massive mantis loomed over him. The giant insect monster leaned over to its left, and with its massive grasping legs swung it to the side, toppling a group of elven soldiers off the platform of Brother Solus. The fallen soldiers' screams did not pierce the chaotic clamor of the battle taking place. Arindil couldn't even fathom how to fight this thing. The creature's standing legs kept the rest of its body safe from closer-range melee attacks. Furthermore, the legs were sturdy and thick, and would require multiple slashes to even begin making a dent, by which point the creature's grasping arms would be piercing his flesh and lifting him up to be devoured by the insect's mandibles. What he needed desperately was a squad of rangers who followed the path of the bow. Unfortunately, most of them had just been fatally pushed off the platform. Arindil knew he didn't have very good options. Attack the creature's legs or retreat. but there was nowhere to run. Giant, deadly insects were all around him. Eärendil gripped his blade and ran towards the creature's leg, slashing at it with his sharpened edge of steel. He followed the path of the sword, so he imbued his blade with a white glow of mana, adding to the power and strength of his attacks. And yet, it didn't do anything. His sword attacks barely made a dent. He could feel the looming presence of the mantis's grappling arms coming for him. This is it, he thought. He took one last slash and prayed for his family. The shadow of the mantis's grappling leg came closer and closer, until suddenly, the shadow disappeared in a flash. Eärendil spun around to see the giant mantis swept up in a whirlwind of gushing water. At first, Eärendil figured it must be the work of elves who followed the path of water, but he had never heard of an ability like this one before. Then appearing from the side of the whirlwind was a human boy riding a surfboard and holding up a powerful staff. He had locked the mantis in a deadly sphere of water. The surfboard and the young man's use of new magic had made it so the mantis couldn't escape the giant pocket of water, leaving it to suffocate and drown. Incredible, Eärendil thought. Such amazing power. Brock lifted his burly arms. His hands gripped onto the handle of his massive war hammer. He swung down. The base of the hammer smashed into a giant armored beetle. The insect's shell cracked at the power and strength of Brock's blow. As the shell cracked, the hammer pushed deeper and deeper until the flesh of the beetle was squeezed against the ground. Ooze, pus, and crushed flesh spread outward from Brock's blow. He lifted up his hammer and with his foot kicked the beetle's remains into the eyes on an incoming ant. "They don't bloody stop coming, do they?" he roared. He lifted up his hammer once more and threw it back onto the ground, this time triggering his warrior-class novice-tier ability, Attack Burst. As his warhammer smashed into the ground, his weapon glowed with a bright light. A wave of hostile energy rippled forth from his smashed warhammer. The bright energy shot forward, smashing right into the incoming giant ant. It broke through the insect's carapace before the energy split into three and left the entire ant cut up. Piles of flesh toppled on top of one another. The elven warriors nearby were appalled by the inelegance of Brock's fighting style, though nevertheless they were incredibly impressed. Nyra gripped her little sister Gwyndor's hands as they rushed across the Silverleaf Elmway to shelter. Their home had been destroyed, and now they were rushing towards their grandma's apartment on the other side of the city. "Nyra, look out!" screamed her sister. Emerging from a nearby tree was a gigantic centipede that had crawled up the tree and was now looming right over them. The centipede leaned towards them, mandibles hungrily ready to devour the two elven children. Just as the centipede came in to eat them, Nyra felt a hand grip onto her shirt, and next thing she knew, she was then soaring in the air, far away from the massive centipede. It all happened so fast, she didn't have time to scream. A human girl with amber hair had grabbed both Nyra and her sister. "Don't worry," said the incredible girl who had rescued them high into the air. "I think centipedes are gross too. I'll get you two to safety." Both the elven children looked at the girl who had rescued them with awe. Nyra thought the girl was extraordinary. Elven spearman Calenthial Rivermist wrenched his weapon free from a slain beetle. Blood gushing out from the insect's carapace, staining Calenthial's spear. He looked around the battlefield with dismay. The monster insects were just too powerful. He'd already lost his squad to the horrific creatures. He was now fighting futilely on his own. It was just a matter of time before he ran out of energy and was devoured by one of these repulsive insects. At that very moment, a giant spider appeared, looming over him. He sent mana into his spear and slashed the spider, but it shot out a web projectile, locking Calenthial's spear in place. Crud. He pulled at his spear, and it wouldn't come free from the web. The spider had trapped him. Risk his life and hope to get his spear back, or run and surely die in the battle without a weapon. Just as Calenthial was losing all hope, a huge hole burned through the spider from the other side. A fist emerged, covered in bright orange flames. What power is this? As the giant spider burnt into an ashen crisp, the fighter who had dealt the powerful blow was revealed. It was none other than Queen Alice Grace of the Volsungar Kingdom. Calenthial was amazed. The human queen was not just beautiful, she was certifiably a fierce and valiant fighter as well. Edgar felt an overwhelming tension all throughout his body, a squeezing and twisting pain. The agony had no precise location. It just jolted and jerked through every fragment of his body, from his pores to his organs to his bones. A harsh spasm keeping him paralyzed on the platform of Sister Celine. Even attempting to move his eyes caused agonizing discomfort. The paralysis currently had him facing downwards, staring at the wooden ground of the ancient tree. Shuddering, he slowly pushed his eyes to look upward, fighting against what felt like insurmountable pain. In his swaying vision, he could make out the figure of Lilith. The insect queen was floating high above them. Green blood spurted out from her shoulders. Emerging from her back were 2 more tentacles, growing out from the holes that had just popped from her back. The tentacles elongated. She whipped them at a tall tree where elven citizens lived. The tentacle attack had enough power to cause a crack in the tree. She whipped at it again. A cracking sound echoed all through Sylvenstride, cutting through the noise of battle. She's so powerful, Edgar thought. If Mildred and I failed to defeat her, there's only one person who might remotely stand a chance. Edgar wanted to look over to the gold dungeon gate, but it was too painful to do so. Behind the front lines of the battle for Brother Solus, the gold dungeon gate continued to flicker unimpeded. A portal to another world. A realm far from the fighting and bloodshed of Sylvenstride. The portal swirled with energy. The movement of the energy spiraled from the outside in, as if drawing an onlooker's eye deeper and deeper, inviting one's focus into the vortex before one even stepped foot inside it. A dungeon gate, a gorgolith, as the elves called it, would have been a sight of terror at any other moment in the capital city of Sylvenstride. But as the battle for the heart and soul of the glittering forest raged on, the dungeon gate was ignored, allowed to merely ripple with energy peacefully. That was why, when a figure emerged from just outside of it, nobody immediately noticed it. The figure was none other than a black-haired swordsman, returning to this world with newfound strength and power. 120. Sam took a step forward away from the gold dungeon gate. Screams of rage and terror echoed all around him. The battle cries were intermixed with alien-sounding hisses and squeals from the deadly insects. Sam had been given no moment of respite between completing the challenges of the Gold Gate and returning to the real world. He had no way of knowing when in the dungeon gate how much time would pass between when he entered and when he would return. Exiting the dungeon gate to find the battle for Sylvenstride already underway wasn't what he had been hoping for, but he was prepared for such a scenario nevertheless. The wind blew Sam's hair back. The stench of smoke and blood filled Sam's nostrils as he moved forward. In the distance, he could see a huge battle raging on between the elves and Lilith's insect army. It was all chaos. He could only glimpse fragments of the violence and turmoil through the fog of battle. Arrows flew one way, clashing with shots of bright green venom. An axe tore through a giant ant. A huge centipede devoured a group of injured elven spearmen. The onslaught of destruction went on and on, no end in sight. Sam knew his friends were somewhere in that theater of bloodshed and darkness. Clara, Toby, Olivia, and Brock. Part of him wanted to rush in there and help them, save them, make sure they were all right. That was one of the hardest parts of being a soldier in war, accepting the uncertainty, not just of your own survival, but that of your comrades. They all had their part to play in this battle, and Sam couldn't play theirs, just as none of them could play his. Sam had to focus on the task at hand. His mission was simple. He needed to find Lilith and finish her off. When she had finally been defeated in his first timeline, her entire bug army had disintegrated into dust. Lilith was the queen of the hive, the central brain and nervous system of every being in her army. When she died, they all died. Sam quickly triggered his mana sense. His sensors exploded with mana activity, but he could see one hugely powerful dot in the distance, with two slightly smaller dots nearby. The former dot was definitely the strongest mana activity within the vicinity, which meant it had to be Lilith. He hurried in the direction of Sister Celine. As he got closer, he could see a small figure floating in the air, massive tentacles swirling from her back. Her skin was an alien gray, and her eyes glowed an unnatural green. Lilith. At her feet were two other figures, paralyzed and shivering on the ground. It took Sam a second, but then he saw that it was Guildmaster Redfield and Mildred Cross. The old man trembled on the ground, like all of his muscles were twisting and tightening inside of him against his will. Mildred's red face and shivering body suggested she was undergoing a similar level of agony. He hated to see two travelers he had so much respect and admiration for, weak and injured on the ground like this. It also changed the dynamics of the upcoming battle with Lilith in a way he didn't like. If he attacked Lilith now, she could use his emotional attachment to these two against him, force him to protect them while taking blows from her. He knew what he needed to do. Lilith's whole being was filled with rage. She was angry, thirsting for blood and destruction. The feeling of bloodlust rushed through her as the senses of all of her minions battling flooded through her. Killing elves, devouring them, tearing into their flesh. Soon the enemies that threatened her and her army would all be gone. She wouldn't let a single one of them remain in this world. She planned to kill them all. She whipped her pincer tentacles against the grandiose trees of the forest city. Her whole body shuddered as she whacked the tentacles against the tree, battering at it like a lumberjack trying to chop it down. As her bugs destroyed the elves, she'd destroy their physical homes, destroy the cowering innocent civilians hiding there. None of them deserved to live. There was also a part of her that she couldn't even admit to herself that wanted to focus on destroying the living quarters of the elves because it kept her from making a decision about the two older humans lying below her. She hated them. She felt an overwhelming feeling towards them, but somehow she felt as if she couldn't kill them. It was a perplexing feeling for someone like her who relished in the pleasure of hunting and destroying her enemies. As she whipped her tentacle pincer at the arboreal residence, her mind sensed a new hostile threat. She spun around to see a blue floating mirror of some kind. Or was it a shield? She didn't have time to figure out what it was because next thing she saw was a massive crimson ball of fire through the reflection of the mirror. She spun around and swerved to dodge the incoming fireball. Her heart raced. Where had that come from? She didn't have to ask as she felt a powerful blow knock against her back, sending her tumbling in the sky. She'd been hit. She frantically scrambled to get her bearings as she tumbled below. The fireball must have bounced off that shield and hit me, she quickly surmised, taking in how she had been tricked. She got her bearings in the air and flew back to where she was to destroy whoever had bested her. But when she returned, the platform was empty, including the two humans she had paralyzed. "What is this?" she thought with rage. "Where are my prisoners?" Then, walking down the passage to the platform where she had fought the older pair was a new human. He had shaggy black hair and gleaming red eyes. The final showdown of the battle for Sylvanstride was about to begin. 121. Lilith's eyes narrowed as she took in the puny human swordsman walking towards her. The harsh clamor and roars of the battle between her insect army and the elves raged on nearby. But her focus was solely on the black-haired boy approaching her. She remembered everything she knew about this young man, all the information she had gathered from her underlings. The boy used a form of blood magic, along with other trickery. She quickly noticed the ground below her. There were countless dead carcasses of summoned spiders lying in pools of their thick yellow blood. Her previous battle had left the environment more in her opponent's favor than she would have liked. It was time to rectify that. Sam moved forward, ready to take on Lilith. The insect queen hovered high above him. Her thin, mosquito-like wings fluttered behind her. He was pleased that his strategy for rescuing Mildred and Edgar had worked. He had sent the arcane aegis high in the sky, followed by a massive blood flame ball attack to keep Lilith distracted as he quickly carried and moved the two paralyzed travelers to safety further away. Of course, nowhere in Sylvanstride was currently safe, but outside the direct gaze of the insect queen was a step up from where they had been situated before. It also removed one of his potential disadvantages from the upcoming fight. Now they were on a more equal footing. In fact, Sam thought he might be in a better position, what with all the yellow spider blood spooling everywhere on the platform. Time to take advantage, he grinned. He materialized his shadow blade. The sword's hilt appeared neatly between his fingers as he went from gripping the air to his new blade of choice. Black mist swirled around the master tier blade. At that very second, Lilith threw down a small orb on the ground. Sam readied himself to take on a host of spider monsters, except hatching from the strange orb on the ground was a small insect with a massive tube for a mouth. Within seconds, the strange creature sucked up all the yellow blood, removing it from the battlefield. I see, Sam thought. He was impressed. Lilith was using her knowledge of his abilities that she had gained from battles with previous minions of hers. She understood the importance of blood to many of his abilities, and therefore was limiting the amount of blood magic he could use at the start of this fight. Sam quickly considered the moves that Lilith would know he had from the previous battles he'd had with mind-roach-infested travelers and some of her insect creations. Based on the previous battles, Sam surmised his opponent had a basic understanding of Pain Ring, Blood Flame, Blood Teleport, and Hurting Hook. She was also aware of his Arcane Aegis's shield abilities. That meant he had about 5 abilities she wasn't aware of. Those abilities included Blood Vision, Shadeslayer's ability to attack opponents' shadows, the 2 abilities connected to his Silver Dragon armor set, Pain Transfer and Dragon Defense, and then finally, the new ability he had unlocked when hitting Journeyman tier with his legendary Deathlord class. Those were the main tricks he had up his sleeve. Everything else the Insect Queen would be ready for. That's fine, he thought. I know what I need to do. Lilith smiled, watching her minion bug suck up all the blood from the battlefield. She then sent the creature a telepathic command to go walk over to the edge of the platform and fall to its death. She didn't want the swordsman slashing the minion open and letting all the blood she'd just removed leak all over the platform once more. She was well aware from her memories of her mind-roach minions that the boy carried vials of blood with him to artificially create what he needed in battles. She had a plan for that if it came up. She stretched out her hands on either side. Her hands took on a bright glow as she channeled mana directly to the center of her palms. The bright glow took on a spherical quality within the grip of her fingers, slowly morphing from a yellow luminescence to an eldritch green. Lilith's strategy was simple. Limit the human's most complicated and tricky abilities, force him to make a mistake, and then just overwhelm and destroy him with her sheer advantage in power and strength. She whipped her hostile magic at the young man as he rushed towards her. He strafed along the platform, dodging the blows. A red circle then shot forth from the young man's chest, creating a large crimson radius around the battlefield. Here we go, Lilith thought. The red circle gave him advantages over time so long as he stayed within it. She also knew that ranged attacks would gain the increased power advantages as well. That was how her minion, Damian Blackthorn, had ultimately been defeated. She floated further away from the swordsman and continued to lob hostile projectiles at him. The coward continued to zigzag and dodge the attacks. She kept waiting for him to materialize a vial of blood so he could attack her from long range, but he didn't. Why isn't he doing that? Only as she asked herself that question did it dawn on her. The kid might have a ranged attack that she didn't know about. At that very moment, gashes and cuts opened up all across her body out of nowhere, like an invisible sword was slashing at her. More than that, the attacks had pinpointed the specific spots where her exoskeleton was weakest. She screamed with pain as blood poured out of her and she collapsed to the floor. 122. Sam caught his breath. Lilith's body collapsed onto the ground in a destroyed heap. Looks like my strategy worked, he thought with satisfaction. Knowing that Lilith knew most of his abilities already, Sam decided it was best to bide his time while gaining more and more power from inside his pain ring. And then, when he deemed he was powerful enough, he used Shadeslayer's ability to attack enemy shadows. The ranged attack was strong enough due to all the added power from being inside his pain ring, along with his blood vision ability telling him the exact places to hit that would harm Lilith the most. The Insect Queen didn't stand a chance. He walked over to her fallen body, only to take an instinctual step back full of repulsion. Lilith's corpse began to bubble and contort. Sam's guard was instantly up again. Something very strange was happening. He quickly materialized a vial of blood and whipped it at the bubbling corpse and triggered Blood Flame. Even as the strange morphing carcass was covered in flames, it didn't appear to take any damage, almost as if it was immune from attacks in this current transitional form. Sam had a feeling his battle with Lilith was far from over. Lilith's traveler profile raced with new information. Hatching new mode. Lilith's second form. Objectives: kill black-haired swordsman. Unleash full power. Lilith felt her eyes glow with burning green energy as she found herself coming back from the dead. Sam's eyes narrowed as a new, bulkier figure emerged from behind the smoke. As the air cleared, a muscular monster stepped forward. It had the same gray skin and glowing green eyes that made it undeniable that this creature was Lilith, but it had to be some new, more powerful form of hers. Her arms dangled at her sides with thick claws at the end of them, a large tail slithering behind her back. Her jaw was large with an accompanying set of razor-sharp teeth. Sam stretched out his arms and opened his palms wide. The yellow blood on the ground began to glow, and the droplets flew up from the ground, taking on a crimson glow. The glowing particles flowed to both his hands until he had two swirling blood flame balls in his palms. He took a step back and wound up his arm before hurling one fiery sphere at the incoming monstrosity. The blast flew across the platform and smashed into the creature's chest. The powerful flame diminished within seconds as it failed to burn against Lilith's toughened skin. Sam whipped out another ball, and once again the blood flame ball did nothing. Lilith kept trudging forward to Sam, unimpeded. Sam generated another two blood flame balls and whipped them once again. Except this time, he was aiming for above and behind Lilith. Within milliseconds of throwing out the blood flame projectiles, he materialized his shadow blade and began slashing with a furious frenzy. For a brief moment, the blood flame balls he had whipped out into the air had created enough light to cause Lilith's now grounded body to cast a shadow towards him. Sam slashed and slashed at the Insect Queen's shadow. "Take that!" he yelled with a violent fury. The Insect Queen's new form was so much more powerful from her previous one. The attacks that had destroyed her last time were doing nothing now. In a split second, Lilith went from walking to charging at him. She moved with such speed she was in front of him before he had a second to react. With her clawed fist, she punched Sam in the gut. Pain rushed through his entire body. His vision blacked out for a second. He had gone from standing upright to suddenly smacking down into the ground. Lilith's punch must have sent him hurtling across the platform. He rolled over and put his hands on the ground to push himself up. A shadow loomed over him. A huge foot was about to come down and squash his head and brain into nothing but pulverized flesh. He rolled over and dodged the blow. He jumped back on his feet and scrambled back into the pain ring. He felt his vision wobble from the pain from Lilith's blow. It had done a powerful number on him. He tried to regain his composure in the face of Lilith rushing towards him. As the hulking Insect Queen came towards him, she suddenly split into two. A transparent facsimile of her was swerving to the right to come at Sam's side. It was his level 3 evolution of Pain Ring coming online, split-second vision. After enough damage had been taken within the Pain Ring, Sam could begin seeing where his opponent was going to move. He dodged Lilith's attack and landed a powerful blow to her back. The hulking monster groaned in pain and lashed out in a fury. Once again, Sam knew exactly where to move to avoid her attacks. By the third time, Sam managed to dodge and attack her. Lilith roared with rage. She then leaped into the air. A horrifying popping sound took place, followed by the sound of mutating flesh squishing together. Lilith grew another set of wings, these ones thicker and webbed. Alongside her grown wings, she started sprouting more tentacles. The tentacles rushed toward Sam. There were too many to count or track even with his advanced split-second vision. He dodged one and slashed his sword, cutting one of the tentacles off. The tentacle flopped on the ground as the main arm grew back more. Then he felt a wet, slimy sensation around his ankle. He looked down to see the tentacle tightening around his leg. He pushed forward only to be held back by the incredible strength of the tentacle. Soon, his arm was caught, and then so was his other leg. He triggered blood teleport, but the ability didn't take hold. What the? There must be some spell-canceling power to the tentacle's grip. He squirmed, trying to break free of Lilith's hold over him, but he was completely stuck. He fought and tried to contort his body in different ways, but it was no use. She had taken complete autonomy of his arms and legs away from him. A loud squishing noise came from Lilith's back as another tentacle grew out of her. This one had a sharpened pincer-like stem. It began to slither towards Sam's chest and heart, moving with a rapid and eager pace. He only had a few more seconds to live. He knew it was now or never. He had to unleash his newest ability. 123 Lilith's slimy gray tentacles wrapped around Sam's legs and arms with an increasingly tight embrace. All along the tentacles, sharp white spikes began to protrude out from the skin. The deathly sharpened points punctured Sam's skin and flesh. He screamed out in agony and pain. The spikes went deeper and deeper. Sam's legs and arms began to dribble with thick, dark red blood. Sam's whole vision swayed. He was losing blood fast. Too fast. He'd be unconscious in a minute if he didn't do something. Not to mention the sharp pincer seconds away from stabbing him right in the heart and ending his life forever. He had to trigger his newest ability, the one he had unlocked by hitting Journeyman tier with his legendary Deathlord class while in the Gold Dungeon Gate. It was the only option he had, and he didn't even know if it would work. The tentacles paralyzing him had rendered him unable to use his blood teleport ability. Did the tentacles cancel out all spells and abilities, or just ones related to spatial occupancy and movement? Sam hoped for the latter. Otherwise, he'd be dead. He then triggered the new ability. Dark blood dribbled down his body, but as Sam initiated his new power, the blood began to move in a different direction. The leaking blood began to flow upward, sliding up Sam's skin. From the open wounds in his arms and his legs, all of the blood leaking out of him coalesced on his back. The blood blurred and mixed together. It bubbled and stretched and contorted in odd ways, until the blood began to push outward as two cylindrical objects making a V shape. The 2 points began to take on more of a recognizable form, finally emerging as 2 whole new arms with elbows and hands, composed entirely of dark blood emerging from the openings in Sam's silver dragon armor. The blood arms reached out and grabbed hold of the incoming pincer just before it stabbed Sam right in the heart. Lilith winced with pain and struggle. The swordsman's new blood arms held her tentacle pincer back. The hand then gripped down on the tentacle and twisted. A huge burst of pain went through all of Lilith's system. The swordsman twisted so hard that there was eventually a loud cracking sound as the sharp protrusions beneath the tentacle flesh snapped and cracked. "What power is this?" Lilith thought as she squirmed in agony. She raced through all of her memories from her minions, not once hearing about a blood manipulation technique like this one. Seconds later, the swordsman completely tore Lilith's tentacle arm apart, yellow blood falling and splashing onto the ground violently. The sharp pincer fell to the floor and flapped helplessly like a fish on land. With the pincer threat now removed, the swordsman reached up with his new blood limbs and with either blood hand took hold of the tentacles holding up his arms. They reached down and gripped the tentacles. The fingers of the blood hand then sharpened into claws, tearing into the tentacles and ripping them to shreds. Horrific, agonizing pain coursed all through Lilith's body.
With the swordsman's regular hands free, he materialized his shadow blade. He slashed downward, slicing cleanly through one of the tentacles gripped around his leg with utter ease. Yellow blood sprayed out from the sliced open tentacle, while its missing portion wriggled on the ground at his feet. The swordsman quickly removed the other tentacle as well, completely freeing himself from Lilith's tentacle paralysis. Lilith scowled with rage. Sam knew it was time to push the limits of his new ability. His Journeyman Tier Deathlord ability wasn't just the power to grow extra blood arms. No, it was way more powerful than that. It was now or never to finish this fight. Edgar Redfield lay on the ground in agony, his vision blurry and wobbling. It started to focus, and for a second, in the distance, he could see a black-haired swordsman. Sam.
Except Sam was doing something Edgar had never witnessed before. The boy had 2 arms composed of blood stretching out from his back. The blood arms then began to morph and change. The fingers and hands folded in on themselves until they started to grow back differently. They grew longer in each direction, turning into elongated forearms while a thin layer of blood mutated downward, creating the membrane of a bat-like wingspan. Incredible, Edgar thought, eyes widening in amazement. With his new blood wings, Sam kicked off and flew into the air, heading straight for Lilith. Edgar watched in awe. The young man's strength was truly astounding. The enemy swordsman soared through the air, gripping his shadow blade in one hand and conjuring a flame ball in the other. He whipped the flame ball at Lilith, but it was useless. The boy couldn't get a good shot so long as Lilith kept up her onslaught of tentacles chasing after him. Lilith roared with rage. She was getting more frustrated by her tentacles' inability to catch the swordsman that she decided to start chasing after him herself. She had nothing to fear, so long as she didn't get near a set of his powerful blood arms. Otherwise, the boy's silly shadow blade could do nothing to her in this new form. The swordsman soared away from Lilith, only to suddenly stop. He then slashed upwards with his shadow blade. "You're too weak, remember?" hissed Lilith, unafraid of his attack. Just as she finished speaking, her eyes bulged as she realized her mistake. Her arm suddenly flung off into the air, and a huge spray of yellow blood shot out from her side. They may have been fighting in the air, but they were still in the confines of the pain ring below them. She had fallen directly into the young man's trap. She only realized this as she felt the swordsman's blade slice right through her neck. 124. Sam stood over Lilith's headless corpse. His body heaved as he sucked in air from the exhausting battle. He was relieved that the fight was over. He had done it. All thanks to hitting Journeyman Tier in his Deathlord class. When training in the Gold Gate, he had no idea what kind of ability he was going to unlock when he reached the new rank. But it had been exactly what he needed. The new ability for the Deathlord class at Journeyman Tier was called Blood Manipulation. It allowed him to take blood leaking from his body and manipulate it to do new things, including creating new limbs or even wings. It was a truly incredible and frightening new ability. Sam couldn't wait to test it out in new ways. But that would have to wait. A loud crack echoed from Lilith's corpse. A large opening had formed across the insect queen's exoskeleton. The crack began to pull apart like a hatching cocoon. "Here comes the difficult part," Sam sighed. He looked over, as between the exoskeleton was a small baby. She had black hair, pale skin, and large, bright green eyes. She had specks of freckles on her face with a grayish hue, a remnant from her earlier form as the insect queen. Sam was not shocked at this turn of events. It had happened in his previous timeline too. This baby had been disposed of immediately upon the defeat of Lilith. It had been Sam's original plan to do something similar. As much as the idea had irked him, he had no idea how else to rid this world of the destructive force that was Lilith. But now he wasn't so sure. Edgar had said something to him when he had rescued him earlier, words that were now echoing in Sam's mind. "Save her, if you can." Sam looked down at the young child. Maybe, he thought, maybe there's another way. Toby swerved on his feet as a giant, blue-skinned cockroach leaped towards him. He stretched out his hands, quickly moving through the gestures of his spell. The ground just below the shadow of the cockroach began to glow. The cockroach was now making its descent in the air, mandibles ready to chew on Toby's flesh and bone. The wizard shut his eyes, hoping he hadn't cast his spell too late. Just as the cockroach was about to be out of the target range of Toby's spell, a huge geyser of water shot out from the glowing dot on the ground. The explosive force of gushing water smashed right into the cockroach's underside, sending it hurtling into the air. Toby quickly caught his breath and stretched out his arm. He kept his palm wide open as he channeled mana there and created a swirling pool of water. Now, he would wait for the giant cockroach to fall in the air before finishing it off with this targeted blast. Except the cockroach never came back down to the ground. Toby looked up and the sky was empty but for the foliage of the grandiose sylvanstride trees high in the air and the cascading water from his geyser blast. Then, he noticed a giant ant ahead of him had frozen in place. A gray hue was traveling up its body as if it had been affected by a petrify spell of some kind. A second later, the ant had gone completely gray to the point that it looked like a statue rather than a living creature. A second later, the whole ant crumbled into tiny particles of dust. The wind swept it away until there was nothing but air standing where the awe-striking creature had once stood. Toby looked across the battlefield to see the same thing was happening to all the insects of Lilith's army. He looked around in the distance to make sure everyone he knew was okay. He could see Clara, Olivia, Brock, and Queen Alice all looking at the quickly disappearing insect army with exhausted relief. He then turned to the platform of Sister Celine. "Sam," Toby thought with a deep sense of admiration, "you did it." Up at the top level of Mother Gaia, Curtis kneeled over the burnt husk of his father. Arendor Ashgrove was no more. Curtis gently closed the dead elf's eyelids, a gesture of respect towards the non-living. He kneeled in silence, looking at the older elf who had caused him so much pain and suffering over his lifetime. He then stood up, refusing to shed a tear over the man. He walked over to his sister and materialized a healing potion to help her recover from her wounds. As he nursed his sister back to health, her eyes slowly opened. "Curtis," she said slowly, "what happened?" Curtis didn't say anything at first. Finally, he said, "It's over." In the weeks ahead, elven scholars would write about this battle between the Great Father and his two children. They would write about how Curtis had done the impossible, something unthinkable. They would write about the Narphalan, the disgrace, the elf without a path, who had managed to defeat the mighty Ardoniel, Arendor Ashgrove. They would go on to write legends and songs about this elf. The moniker of Banished One would disappear from usage, and in its place would come one that would inspire equal parts hope and fear. They would eventually call him Curtis, the Pathless. Edgar felt the stranglehold of the paralysis venom dissipate. His fingers twitched. He could once again move them properly. He got up onto his feet and saw Mildred across from him do the same. The cries of battle and death had disappeared all around them. He couldn't believe the horrific battle could truly be over. A sinking feeling filled his stomach. Lilith, the insect queen. Some part of her had been him and Mildred's daughter. Is that really the last time we will ever get to see her? Edgar felt his lips quiver with pain and sadness. He wasn't sure what was worse, never seeing their daughter or only getting to see her once. Both were a horrible agony he would never wish upon even his greatest of enemies. "Is that it?" said Mildred, her eyes brimming with tears.
"Wait," said Edgar, turning to face behind him. "Look." In the distance was Sam, walking towards them. He was carrying something between his arms. It took them a moment to realize what it was, or rather, who it was. Between Sam's arms was a small baby girl. The baby Mildred and Edgar had never truly been able to meet. It was a miraculous reunion of a mother, a father, and their darling baby girl. Reunions were happening all across Sylvanstride. as elven citizens who had formerly been under the control of the mind roaches climbed up from below the city, no longer affected by the Reginald weed, and embraced their families in tear-soaked hugs. A joyous relief filled the elven capital city. Sam and his companions had averted yet another historical tragedy from his previous timeline. The words elven genocide would now thankfully never grace the scrolls of history. And so concluded the bitter conflict that came to be known as the Great Battle of Sylvanstride.
125. In the weeks following the Great Battle of Sylvanstride, the elven capital city was bustling with activity. Bodies of the fallen soldiers were collected and taken down to the ground-level district of the city known as the Sacred Soil. Those elves who followed the path of crafting, woodwork, and other such practical vocations banded together to work on repairing the damages to the city left in the wake of Lilith and her insect army. But of all the things that needed doing, it was firmly agreed amongst the majority of the elves that the most important of them all was to inaugurate the next Ardonial of the Glittering Forest. It was time Thalia Ashgrove took on the position she had been preparing for decades, since Curtis's birthright was lost due to his inability to wield old magic. To Thalia, it felt extremely odd that after such a bloody and gruesome battle, they would host a celebration of her becoming Ardonial, but elven tradition insisted that it must be done. In fact, the historical precedent of Ardonials dying in the course of big, significant battles was a frequent enough pattern over the course of elven history that it was the primary reason the celebratory ball for the Ardonial was traditionally held a few days after the inauguration. This was done typically to make room for the funeral that would have to take place between the inauguration and the celebratory ball. Such was the case for Thalia's father when he took over, and Arendor's father before him. It was such an important tradition that in all the hustle and bustle of the weeks that followed the great battle, a group of elves who followed the path of frost were sent down to the sacred soil to keep the bodies of the fallen cold to avoid decomposition before the burial ceremony. And so, for the elves to move forward, they needed to inaugurate their new leader, bury and mourn their dead, and then celebrate the collective start of a new era. That was how Thalia Ashgrove found herself standing on the platform of Brother Solus in a long, flowing white dress, surrounded by a huge crowd of onlookers. A path was cleared for her procession across the city, with throngs of elves gathered behind barriers to watch as she went past. She could see smiling faces of young elves still in their long childhoods, grinning from windows in the arboreal apartments they called home. Thalia walked slowly as the crowd of onlookers tossed flower petals to symbolize their love and acceptance of the new Ardonial taking over. She smiled and waved to all the elves waving and grinning at her. This was her job as the new leader of her people. She needed to put up a strong and contented front so that her people could be allowed to release their burdens of pain, mourning, and suffering. And so she smiled as she walked from Brother Solus, where countless had died, all the way to Sister Selene, where the evil insect queen had been defeated. As Thalia continued her procession, she caught sight of the travelers cheering and waving at her. There was the young wizard boy and the fierce spear woman standing side by side together. Then the guildmaster of the travelers and the powerful guardian of the Queen of Volsungar. The woman was holding in her arm a young baby that she hadn't seen before. The baby's green eyes made Thalia deeply uncomfortable, and yet the girl's unabashedly cheery disposition made her less worried. The three of them looked undeniably happy, which filled Thalia with joy. Nearby stood the human queen, clapping reservedly for Thalia's ascendancy to leader of the elven race. Thalia could tell that the girl more than anyone here knew the burdens of leadership, of transforming from a person to a symbol for so many people. Beside her was the young swordsman who had undeniably saved her and her people. The young man had so impressively destroyed the evil insect queen Lilith. The impressive display had done enough to rock even the elven conception of old magic as superior to new magic. Young elvish kids were discussing whether it was better to pursue a traveler class or a path now. The elders won't be happy with that development, Thalia thought. Just added to the pile of issues Father has left me to deal with. The only person she couldn't see was Curtis. She thought he might be beside the dwarf, who could not be missed amongst the crowd of elves. She was probably the first Ardonial to be inaugurated with a dwarf in the crowd. I guess there's a first time for everything, Thalia mused. As she approached the final leg of her procession, she caught sight of Curtis. He was standing at the bottom of the stairs that led to the great tree of Mother Gaia. He smiled at her. The jerk, she thought. This responsibility should be his, and he knows it. But then his smile revealed something else to her, that it was a smile of encouragement, not just to become Ardonial, but to become the Ardonial worthy of their family, not of Arendor Ashgrove, their father, but of the two of them. Don't worry, brother, Thalia thought to herself. I'm already ahead of you. Just you wait. Thalia climbed the steps to Mother Gaia, and at the top 2 ceremonial elders came and placed a crown of roses upon her head. All of Sylvanstride clapped and cheered. Thalia looked out to the sea of faces, all clapping and cheering for her ascendancy to Ardonial. She spoke out to the crowd before her. Thank you, everyone, she said. This is a beautiful and celebratory occasion, but it is not without its sadness. We have lost many in the great battle of Sylvanstride, including my father, the previous Ardonial. Times are changing, and my ascendancy illustrates that. So, in this moment of great transition, I want to make promises to all of you. I promise to not be an Ardonial like my father.
I promise to not let the traditions of the elves of ancient times suffocate and strangle us into weakness.
The crowd cheered with excitement. She smiled out to the travelers and said, I promise to not let our pride stand in the way of making allies and friends with those who live beyond the great perimeter of the glittering forest. The crowd cheered even more, inspired by her sense of hope, optimism, and belief in change. Finally, she said, and she smiled at her brother who was at the foot of the great stairs of Mother Gaia below her. I promise to accept every elf who lives in the glittering forest, no matter what path they take, whether they take any at all. My rule will be one of acceptance and change. Thank you all. The crowd cheered. So, citizens of Sylvanstride, please welcome your new friends and allies. The sound of an epic mana-powered guitar solo could be heard in the distance. Stepping into the streets of Sylvanstride was none other than a group of dwarves, led by the famous dwarven bard known as Shredder. The group carried barrels of dwarven ale and other dwarvish goods they wished to share with the elves. The dwarves also helped carry a massive mobile pool of water that had a group of mermaids and fishfolk smiling and waving at the elven citizens. Behind them was an envoy of humans from Volsungar, handing out pamphlets for the soon-to-be-opened Glittering Forest branch of the Beak Boutique, along with morale-boosting peanuts. The entire crowd cheered loudly with excitement. Many would look back on that day as the exact moment that the dwarves, mermaids, elves, and humans of Volsungar became a united group of friends and allies. A group that together could take on anything. 126. A few hours after the inauguration, most of the city's citizens returned to their homes in preparation for the major funeral that would be happening the following morning. It was meant to be an evening of quiet reflection. As Edgar Redfield held the wailing baby girl in his hands, he reflected on the fact that he no longer knew what quiet was anymore. He hadn't slept in weeks. He was exhausted. "Why won't Lily stop crying?" said Mildred, looking at the screaming girl with concern. Lily. That was the name they had decided upon. It was pretty and beautiful just like the flower, and yet, in another way, it still called back to the young girl's history as the fearsome insect queen, Lilith. Edgar gently swayed the girl back and forth to no avail. Nothing they seemed to do was helping the baby girl calm down. Not her mother's milk, not food, not water, not warmth, not anything. Mildred looked away and with dismay sighed, "Maybe we aren't cut out for this." She went and sat down on one of the 2 single mattresses that had been set up in that room. Edgar felt his stomach sink at the woman's words. "No," he thought, "after all this time we're not giving up." He handed the young girl to her mother and said, I'll be back. I know what will help this baby," and then stormed out into the night. Edgar headed down the arboreal apartment and exited into the main streets of Sylvanstride. He knew there would be shops selling specialty elven baby food or toys or something. Edgar planned on purchasing everything. After years of waiting for a kind of miracle that would bring him closer to Mildred once more, he wasn't going to give up at the first obstacle, even if that obstacle was the seemingly incurable cries of their daughter, Lily. Edgar looked in horror when he arrived at the first shop to see that it was closed. Of course it is, he thought, his head falling downcast with dismay. Not only was it late in the evening, but there were major celebrations and events happening both earlier that day and the following one. Shops wouldn't stick to a normal schedule given these circumstances. Still, Edgar held out hope. In every major holiday in Resfall, there was always one extra practical shopkeeper who stayed open, hoping to catch all the business that people still wanted over the special season. And so, Edgar continued his search. Over the next 2 hours, he traveled all over the city and couldn't find anything. He eventually realized he would have to give up his search and return back to the apartment. Edgar was downcast. He considered in his head other ways to soothe the baby that maybe they hadn't tried yet. Lullabies they hadn't sung. Alternative rhythms to sway the baby to in his arms. Anything. He would try everything and more. As Edgar returned to the arboreal apartment, an older elf woman was waiting for him. The woman smiled at Edgar as he approached. "Are you part of the young couple with the new baby?" said the older elf woman kindly. Edgar nodded. He was worried the woman was about to berate him, complain about her inability to sleep with the constant cries of the baby next door. The woman then held up in her hands a wooden elven pacifier. It had tiny runes etched into the wood. "I used this with my child many hundreds of years ago," said the older woman. "I hope it might be of some help to you." Edgar's eyes filled with tears and instantly he hugged the older woman. "Don't waste your time hugging me," said the older woman with a smile. "Go help your wife." "She isn't," Edgar paused. "It isn't like that, we're just—" Edgar knew he didn't have time to explain. He just rushed up the apartment building until he got back to his room. He entered to find Lily still crying, Mildred helplessly swaying the baby in her arms. Edgar approached and gently placed the elven pacifier near Lily's mouth. The girl latched onto it and began sucking, happily. Within seconds, the girl was dozing. Both Edgar and Mildred sighed with relief. An hour later, Edgar took a moment for himself on the balcony, overlooking the beautiful city of Sylvanstride. Lily was fast asleep, and Mildred was resting. He was so thankful for that older elf woman who had helped him. As he took in the quiet night, he felt the sudden, gentle hands of someone hugging him from behind. It was Mildred. She leaned her head against his back. She used to do that a lot. A long time ago, that is. "When we get back to Resfall," Edgar said, "I don't want to take turns looking after Lily throughout the week. I want to be together. I want to do this right. I want to be with you, so long as you'll have me." Mildred gestured with her hands that she wanted Edgar to turn around. "I was hoping you might say that," she said. Then for the first time in almost 7 years, Edgar and Mildred kissed. It was the best day of Edgar Redfield's life. 127. The morning after the inauguration of the new Ardonial, all of the elves gathered in the Silverleaf Elmway, clad in long cloaks and dresses. Unlike the traditional black of human funeral attire, elves wore an assortment of colors: green, orange, blue. Elven funerals were all about honoring the fallen's return to the natural world, and to showcase that they wore colors that represented the natural world for them. Many rangers who followed the path of the bow wore green, whereas elves who followed the path of water wore blue. Of course, either elf could wear a different color if they wanted, but given that they had devoted their life to a certain path that focused on one part of nature, be it the forest or the sea, they honored the fallen most by dressing in the color of their favored element. Sam and his companions and the other foreign visitors had been given special brown robes to wear as guests. The only people who received different colors were Queen Alice and Toby. Alice received a red robe after her impressive display of phoenix magic in the great battle for Sylvenstride, and similarly, Toby received a blue robe for the talented use of his water magic. Interestingly, Curtis was given a brown robe. Sam noticed but figured he wouldn't comment. He hadn't had a chance to catch up with Curtis since the battle. He had played a pivotal role in defeating the mind-roach-corrupted Arendor Ashgrove, which must have been awfully heart-wrenching for Curtis, given that the man was his estranged father. Sam figured Curtis had chosen to wear brown, as wearing a white or yellow robe to represent his power over electricity might be disrespectful when burying the former Ardoniel who had once wielded such elements himself. It was very early in the morning when the elves gathered. The sky above the thick foliage of the great ancient trees of Sylvenstride was still dark, though bits of faded pink and orange were beginning to poke through. The smell of fresh dew and wet flora filled the air. Clad in a dark navy robe to represent the night sky, Thalia Ashgrove, the new Ardoniel, moved forward, leading the crowd one by one to the platform of the ancient tree of Brother Solus. She headed towards the edge of the platform and took a step onto a piece of fungi. She then gently took another step and then another. A spiraling staircase of mushrooms growing on the side of Brother Solus allowed her to descend downward to the bottom layer of Sylvenstride. The elves followed the Ardoniel, one by one, heading down the fungi steps. When it was Sam's turn to begin the descent, he felt his stomach lurch at the height and narrowness of the mushroom staircase. Only elves with their nimble and gentle movements would ever think to use mushrooms growing on a tree as a functioning stairwell. The fungi steps went on, and Sam was amazed to find himself lost in the middle of these grandiose, ancient trees. It got darker, cooler, and mistier as they descended further down. Small lanterns had been posted along the tree to provide light. By the time they reached the bottom of Brother Solus, the whole area was surrounded by a thick gray mist. The bridges, platforms, and homes of Sylvenstride were nothing but shadowy silhouettes far above. Sam had arrived at the area of the city known as the Sacred Soil, and, true to its name, the ground was a long stretch of soft brown dirt. His boots sunk into the soil as he stepped off the final fungi step and onto the ground below. The elves all gathered in a big crowd on the sacred soil, surrounding a large open hole in the ground. Lying in the ground were the bodies of the fallen soldiers and innocent casualties who had died in the great battle of Sylvenstride. Elves were not buried in caskets, but were put directly into the ground, where they could return to the soil of the world and hopefully grow anew in nature. The faces across the crowd were solemn and quiet. When everyone had arrived and descended the steps, Thalia bent down and picked up a fistful of soil. She then tossed the soil into the hole full of fallen elves. Everyone then was expected to follow. Sam bent down and picked up a fistful of soil and threw it into the large hole full of bodies. He felt overwhelmed with emotion. He was grateful and thankful that he was not tossing dirt onto any of those closest to him. Yet he was also angry and frustrated that even with all of his knowledge of the future, death was still inevitable. It could not be escaped. He knew he had to focus on the good, that for the hundreds that had died, many thousands more had been saved due to his averting of the elven genocide. Still, Sam couldn't help but feel that there was always more he could have done. It was just part of the burden that came with the responsibility given to him by the goddess when she sent him back in time. After everyone had thrown dirt onto the bodies, the families of the fallen then stepped forward and began to shovel the dirt and bury them for good. The shoveling was seen as not just an important duty, but also a means of letting go. The crowd was quiet as the families of the fallen shoveled the dirt to cover their bodies and bury them for good. Faces were pale and grim. Tears were shed. To his side, Sam noticed a tear roll down Guildmaster Redfield's cheek. "Don't be afraid to cry," said Edgar, tears falling from his eyes. "Sometimes the bravest thing you can do is cry. Cry and honor the emotions and the people you cry for." Sam couldn't remember the last time he cried. Soldiers weren't meant to cry. Neither were travelers. They were guardsmen, stoic saviors. Crying was for the innocent. Crying was for... Sam's eyes filled with tears. His whole body shuddered. It didn't feel safe to tell his companions his knowledge of the future, and yet he could let some of it out here and now. Some of the stress, some of the burden, some of the guilt and sense of responsibility. He could let it out through his tears and cries. And as he cried, he saw that his friends Toby and Clara were crying as well. So were Olivia and Brock, Mildred and Alice, all of them crying for the fallen and those who had passed away too soon. And so they wept, as did the elves. The elves believed that crying for the dead was one of the highest forms of honor and respect one could show those who had left this life for the next one. They had a saying, Lireli thirene sildanor. Tears nourish the soil of the fallen, feeding their spirits so that their lives can grow anew. On that morning, those still alive offered those who had passed everything they had. With their tears, they offered them a feast. 128 Curtis left the funeral early. He strode up the steps of Brother Solis, rushing away from the event happening below. Everyone around him felt sadness, and all he could feel was anger, resentment. Were these people really weeping for the death of his father? The Ardonial who allowed so much destruction to happen on his watch. He wasn't a great man worth mourning. He was a tyrant, a goon. He didn't stop moving. He couldn't stop. He just wanted to get away from the funeral. Get away from everyone down there. He wanted to get away. He couldn't take it. Curtis was moving so fast his heart was racing, and his chest was heaving. He closed his eyes and shook his head. He didn't know where he was going. He just wanted to be alone. Weeks ago, back in the final moments of the great battle of Sylvanstride, Curtis caught his breath as he stood over his father. The old elf twitched on the ground. Curtis's attack had been strong enough to render even the Ardonial of the glittering forest powerless. By Curtis's calculation, the old man had less than a minute to live. As he strode towards the dying body of Arendor Ashgrove, Curtis wondered if he had any last words he wanted to say to his father. What he wasn't expecting was to see that his father had final words for him. Curtis. The way the man spoke immediately made the elf traveler tense. There was something about the way the older elf said his name that made it feel like it was no longer the mind roach speaking, but rather his actual father. But that's not possible. There's no time to explain, gasped the dying man. Bottom drawer, my office. Curtis fell to his knees. What are you talking about? You're not making any sense, he said. Curtis shook his head. His face was going red as anger and frustration began to swell inside of him. Why are you doing this? He said. I hate you. You made me hate you. No apology will make up for it. And yet even here dying, you can't even do that. What's wrong with... The man's eyes faded away. He was gone. Curtis marched and marched until he suddenly found himself right in the place he had been avoiding for the last few weeks. His father's office. As Curtis caught his breath, he stared at his father's desk. The man's final words echoed through his head. Bottom drawer, my office. The last thing Curtis wanted to do was follow his dead father's instructions. The man who had shamed him, disowned him, banished him from his family and people. Why should Curtis do anything for this man? Curtis cautiously stepped towards the desk. The top of the desk was empty but for a lamp. The man had always been obsessively tidy and orderly. Curtis moved around to the other side. He crouched down, staring at the bottom drawer. Trembling, he reached out and placed his hands on the drawer's handle. He paused. He could feel his heart pounding in his chest. Do I really want to do this? Do I really want to confront whatever father has left for me? He just wasn't sure if he had the strength to confront one last bit of shaming and insult from his father. Not now that the man was dead and gone, being buried in the sacred soil that very minute. But there was something that compelled Curtis to keep his hand on the handle of the drawer. He wasn't ready to walk away, even if he wasn't sure he wanted to take the step forward and actually see what was waiting for him from his father. Yet Curtis knew it must be important. He had studied the mind roaches. He knew that only someone of incredible strength and fortitude would be able to fight through its power, even for a few seconds to speak consciously as one's original self. Curtis's father had used that strength and that tiny bit of time to tell him to come here to this drawer. He couldn't ignore that. Not even if he didn't want to. Not even if he hated his father. Curtis sighed. His arm trembling, he pulled the handle of the drawer, opening it up. His eyes widened as he peered inside. It was empty. When Curtis was only 10 years old, his father would play with him, teach him games, laugh with him, tickle him. No one had seen such light jovialness from the Ardonial since the start of his romance with his wife, Curtis's mother. "Look here," said Arendor to Curtis one afternoon in his office. The young boy walked over to his father, who was sitting behind his desk. "Do you want to know a secret?" asked the man. Curtis nodded. Secrets were fun. They were mysterious, precious, a sign of closeness between two people. "Okay," said his father, "but you have to promise not to tell anyone. Can you keep that promise?" Curtis nodded again, this time eagerly. He was getting impatient. He wanted to know what the secret was already. The old elf smiled and opened up his bottom drawer. It was empty. Curtis was immediately disappointed. "Look," said Arendor, and he pushed down on the bottom of the drawer and it tilted up, revealing a hidden section beneath. He then pulled out a small candy and handed it to Curtis. "Wow," said Curtis. "A secret shelf." "Yes," said Arendor, "a secret shelf for only you and I." Curtis's lip quivered as he stared at the bottom drawer. So he hadn't forgotten, Curtis thought to himself. His throat suddenly felt intensely sore. The father who had showed him the secret section of the bottom drawer was a man long lost to Curtis's memory. The man had been kind and loving, warm and playful. That man had faded away after Curtis's mother passed, and then completely disappeared after Curtis's day of passages. Curtis thought that man had long been gone. He reached down and tilted the bottom of the drawer. It tilted upwards, revealing the secret section. Waiting there alone was a letter with Curtis's name on it. He pulled the letter out. He held it between both hands and stared at it, shivering. What could his father have possibly wanted to say to him that he hadn't told him already? Was this one last chance to tell him how worthless and shameful he was, what an utter disgrace he was to the entire Ashgrove dynasty? Curtis closed his eyes. If that's the case, he thought, so be it. If he didn't read the letter, a piece of his father would always be with him, haunting him. Yet, if he read it, he could finally be rid of the man. Put like that, the choice was simple. Curtis opened the envelope. 2 sheets were inside, written in Elvish. Curtis began to read. Dear Curtis, I have thought about writing this letter for years, and yet now as I sit down to write it, I am at a loss for words. I have no idea how to close the gulf that exists between us. It feels like I'm on one side of an excruciatingly large chasm, and I know somehow you exist on the other side, and yet I cannot even see you. Not even a tiny speck. That is how far away we are from each other. That distance, that separation, that is all my fault. I am the one to blame. I should mention I'm writing this on the eve of the human holiday of Hallows Haunting. It is the year 1768 of the Royal Westrian calendar. Curtis paused, reading the letter. So, his father had written this last year. It must have been shortly before he had been infected with the mind roach. This was probably some of the last of his writing before his mind had been taken over and corrupted. He continued reading. Oh, Curtis, I don't know where to start. I don't know where to begin. How does one commence apologizing for decades worth of failures? I guess I'll simply start at the beginning. I failed you as a father. First, when your mother passed, and I disappeared into my own pain and suffering and forced you to fend for yourself. Then again when you didn't unlock a path. You see, my father had failed me, showing only an emotionless path forward of order and rules and tradition. I had sworn when I was younger that I would never be like him, and yet somehow I became him without even realizing it. But do you really need me to tell you this? You know this already. What is even the point when all the pain and suffering has been already dealt and hardened within your soul? What benefit is there to me apologizing if it will only make me, the wrongdoer, feel better and less guilty? I imagine this apology might land on deaf ears. My realization, my guilt, my shame, those are mine to bear. I cannot take away your decades of suffering and pain, so maybe I will turn away now from attempting an apology that will never suffice. I will write more now about the recent past and present. After I regretfully banished you from the glittering forest, I still managed to keep tabs on you. As the years went by, I heard about your accomplishments, rising through the ranks of new magic wielders, helping save the city of Resfall from a hostile takeover, and most impressive of all, single-handedly breaking a 1,000-year-old grudge with the dwarves. If we ever see each other again, I would love to know how you managed to pull that off. Every time I learned of a new feat of yours, I considered reaching out. But I was too weak, too scared, too frightened to say the things I had once failed to say to you when we were together in the glittering forest. Even now, I wonder, will these words be enough when they have come so late? I'll say them anyway. You've not only grown into the man I had always hoped you would be, you've far surpassed it. You're a son that any father would be proud of. I am proud of you. I miss you. I love you. Sincerely, your father. Tears dripped down onto the parchment. Curtis's hands shook as he held the letter. He read the final lines over and over. I don't think these words will ever be enough, his father had written. Curtis shivered and thought to himself, they are enough, Father.
Why didn't you just say them to me sooner? Why couldn't you see that? Why couldn't you say that?
Curtis had been too angry at the man who had shamed him, abandoned him, and banished him to mourn the loss of the other version of his father, who had disappeared so many decades prior. The father who had been loving, warm, and kind. Only as Curtis finished the letter did he realize that that kind man had still been there, hidden and repressed away. Yet now even that man, the father who he couldn't hate, the father who he had once loved and admired, was dead and gone, like every other part of him. Only upon that realization could Curtis truly begin to grieve and mourn the significant loss facing him. He fell to the floor and sobbed. I miss you too, Father, more than you'll now ever get to know. Curtis spent the next hour in his father's study, reading the letter over and over again. Only after an hour did he feel himself regain some semblance of composure. He wiped a tear from his eye and considered finally standing back up. His thought process was interrupted by the sounds of lumbering boots bashing into the floorboards. There you bloody are, said Brock. I've been looking everywhere for you. Curtis perked up at the sight of his dwarven companion. Brock could see that something wasn't quite right, and his face immediately softened. Are you okay, Curtis? He moved towards him. My father, Curtis croaked. He's gone. Brock frowned and waddled over to his friend. He then collapsed onto the floor beside him, shaking the floor a little bit. Dwarves were clearly not made for elven architecture. I know, he said solemnly, and I'm sorry. And I know you didn't have the best relationship with him either. I just never got to know him. I know, said Brock softly. But think about everyone you have gotten to know. Me, Olivia, Guildmaster Redfield, the talented little upstart travelers that are going to be overtaking us any day now. I know your father was your biological family, but biological schmiological, we're bloody family, damn you. You're my brother in arms and a brother in my heart. Don't forget that. Curtis sighed. Thanks for saying that. You don't have to be nice to me just because I'm sad. You don't have to. I know I don't have to, said Brock. But I bloody want to. For such a smart guy, you can be bloody thick sometimes. Curtis laughed. I thought you were supposed to be comforting me. I gave up on that 10 seconds ago when I remembered how irritating you are, he grumbled. Curtis smiled. Thanks, Brock. The two friends then sat there together in silence. Brock only interrupted once to say, I'm bloody pissed off. I don't think the elves are going to make me a statue like the dwarves did for you."
The following day, Toby found himself in the back streets of Sylvan Stride's market district. An elf stood over barrels and barrels of fruit, looking Toby up and down with impatience. The young wizard traveler couldn't truly believe he was even there doing what he was about to do. "Look," said Toby, "times are changing. You heard the new Ardonial. Things are opening up around here. I'm telling you that there's going to be big business in Resfall for elvish delicacies." The elf shrugged and sighed. "I wouldn't even know where to start. What you call a delicacy is everyday food to me." Toby nodded, mustering up the courage to continue persuading the elven wholesaler. He had practiced this all in his head the night before. "You're absolutely right," said Toby. "If we bring all the delicious options elvish food has to offer, we'll flood and confuse the market and be all the poorer for it. That's why we need to be simple and straightforward. Bring just one elvish item to the market first." "But what would we choose?" Toby was practically salivating and had to hold back screaming with excitement. He then spoke calmly. "Well, it would have to be pink cantaloupe, of course." Toby's heart raced as he waited to hear what the elf said back. The elf shrugged. "Sure. Just let me know how much you'd like to buy, and we can work out a shipping arrangement." Toby's eyes lit up. He then materialized a huge handful of gold coins, which hardly put a dent in all the riches he had accumulated as a traveler so far. "How much will this get me?" The elf's eyes lit up. "I hope you like pink cantaloupe." Toby's eyes lit up as well. "Oh, I do." A few days later, Edgar Redfield's eye twitched from lack of sleep. Lily was crying again. Even with the miraculous elven pacifier, the baby still found time to start crying in the middle of the night. Mildred rolled over in the bed they were sharing and said, "It's your turn, my love." Edgar picked himself up out of the bed and walked over to the crib where the baby was squirming. He reached down with his burly hands and took the young crying child in his hands and began to nurse her in his arms. He was grumpy and sleep-deprived and couldn't think of a single moment in time when he had been happier. "Shh, it's okay," said Edgar. "Papa is here now." The baby's face softened and quickly fell back into a restful state of calm. Edgar continued to hold her. He didn't think it would ever get old. "Do you think we need to worry?" said Mildred, sitting up in their bed. "About what?" asked Edgar, rocking the baby. "About everything concerning Lily," said Mildred. Edgar didn't know what to say. Lily was a miracle. Lily had brought the two of them back together. Lily was now one of the most important people in his life. Still, the girl brought more than the hundreds of complications any normal newborn child would bring upon any set of parents' life. It brought up questions of the girl's development. It brought up questions of the dungeon gate system itself. Questions that Edgar hadn't asked himself since years ago when the dungeon gate system had given him hope of a family, and then ripped it away from him. Clearly the White Gate was more complicated than they ever realized. The travelers had always assumed that accepting a class was a purely positive thing. It gave you power and more. But perhaps it was more of an imposition on their bodies than they had ever realized. If such a theory were true, it would mean that the dungeon gates had helped lead to the pregnancy of Mildred, to create their own mediator to bring about the destruction of Westria. More importantly, it would mean that the dungeon gates potentially had a conscious will of their own. That the gates operated with more purpose than as a sheer, unthinking actor of chaos and destruction. Edgar considered these things quietly, though he knew these were not musings for the middle of the night. Mildred cut him off from his thoughts. "Are you not worried the elves will want to take her away from us if they knew? Destroy her even?" Edgar shook his head. "They've seen us with the baby already, and they haven't done anything," said Edgar. "Our Lily is not the same as Lilith. This is the daughter we lost, the daughter who was used as a vessel to create a dungeon-born traveler. Our daughter has come back to us, And I know that together we'll raise her to be someone who will stand up and protect others, rather than destroy everything around her." Mildred smiled and then fell back onto the bed. "What?" said Edgar. "No retort?" "No," said Mildred, smiling. "I just always knew you were going to be a good father." 130. A day later, the evening of the inauguration ball finally arrived. The ball was held in an opulent hall in the ancient tree of Mother Gaia. Like so many rooms and spaces within the ancient tree, it was hard to tell when one was exploring the deep insides of the tree, or rather standing in an adjoining attachment to the magnificent natural structure. The ballroom was in the latter camp, a grandiose room with smooth wooden floors, columns with ornate architectural flourishes, and magically floating chandeliers. The most striking thing about the room, however, was the massive tree sprouting out from the center of it, creating a beautiful green ceiling of foliage. "Just so you know," said Curtis to Sam as they stepped into the ballroom, clad in their tuxedos, "that isn't even a tree. It's merely a branch of Mother Gaia." Sam looked on with wonder. He had never visited Sylvanstride or the glittering forest in his first lifetime. He was so grateful and appreciative that he got to see the glorious splendor of the elven homeland for himself. "I don't know," said Brock. "I think underground cities are nicer. This is just a glorified treehouse." Curtis rolled his eyes. "Of course you'd say that." As elven nobles filled the room, more and more of them greeted Brock with enthusiasm. "You know you're a minor celebrity in Sylvanstride now," said Curtis. "So I hear," said Brock. "I would have still preferred a statue." The night began with Thalia giving a speech, followed by an elven minstrel band playing live music for all the guests. Amidst all the hubbub, Olivia found herself being asked to dance by multiple elven nobles. She expected there would have been more, but she kept noticing out of the corner of her eye Brock, Curtis, and Shredder discouraging them from asking her. She couldn't tell if the three men were spreading bad rumors about her or simply threatening the elven nobles with violence. Eventually, an unexpected person came and took her away from the dance area altogether. Guildmaster Redfield. He very quietly said he'd like to speak with her, and they headed to a secluded corner far off from the main excitement of the ball. "Sorry to drag you away from all the fun," said Edgar. "With all the chaos of the last few days, I didn't know when I would get a chance to speak with you on your own." "You mean all the time you've been spending with Mildred and Lily?" said Olivia, grinning. Edgar laughed. "I guess that is partly what I mean by the chaos." "Don't worry, sir. It's nice to see you less happy." "It has been nice to reconnect with Mildred," said Edgar. "And Lily." Edgar looked off in the distance, his eyes going glassy. "Lily is a miracle," he finally said. Olivia smiled up at him. She still wasn't entirely sure what Edgar wanted to talk to her about. She figured it went beyond him waxing poetic about his new budding romance and the mysterious little girl he was calling his daughter. "Anyways," Edgar continued, "I want to talk to you about the future. Specifically, your future. With Lily and Mildred, I can already see my life and priorities changing. It's making me think of my time on this world and what I want to leave behind if I so perish." "That won't be for a little while, surely?" said Olivia, feeling a bit uncomfortable with Edgar's candidness about his own mortality. "Maybe, but maybe not," said Edgar. "Basically, what I'm trying to say is, we need to kickstart your training to eventually take over as Guildmaster of the Travelers Guild. I don't want to waste any more time. I've known you'd be my successor for a long time now." Olivia was shocked. Overjoyed, but shocked. She had been working towards this for so long. Part of her couldn't help but feel a sense of doubt. "But what about—" said Olivia, turning away and blushing. "What about Sam?" said Edgar. "Yeah," said Olivia. "He's growing so fast. Surely he'll surpass me sooner or later. I thought you might be eyeing him up as successor." Edgar shook his head. "Sam is an interesting one," said Edgar.
I would say he might be the person to succeed as guildmaster after you, but right now the role doesn't suit him. He's too much of a lone wolf, a wild card. It's better for him to not occupy such a political and diplomatic position as guildmaster. He's needed more in the shadows, doing work a more public figure wouldn't be allowed to get away with. Olivia nodded, taking in the guildmaster's words. So, Captain Olivia Reeves, said Guildmaster Redfield, holding out his hand. You ready to take it up a notch? Olivia grinned. She felt a wave of happiness and excitement rush through her, far more excitement than she would have felt dancing with anyone in the ballroom that night. This was what she dreamed of. This was why she got up every morning. Guildmaster, said Olivia, it would be my absolute pleasure. Mildred watched Edgar speak with Olivia in the distant corner of the ballroom. The woman held Lily in her arms, nursing the little girl back and forth, as she watched Edgar have an important conversation with his protégé. It reminded her that she needed to speak with Alice. She was dreading having the conversation and had been putting it off. Just as Mildred was thinking this, Alice appeared in front of her. Mildred, said Alice, can I speak with you? Mildred wasn't entirely sure what the Queen wanted to speak with her about, but she agreed nevertheless. They moved over to a quiet area outside the ballroom in a quiet corner of the ancient tree palace. Mildred, said Alice, it's been a huge joy to see you so happy over the last few days. I'm so glad Lily has entered your life. The girl's eyes then began to fill with tears. And I understand if it now means you might need to step down as being my handmaiden. I'll miss you gravely, but I'll understand. Mildred shook her head and stepped closer to Alice, putting her hand on the young girl's shoulder. Don't you worry, my lady, smiled Mildred. I plan to look after you both. Alice perked up at this. Really? Of course, said Mildred, smiling. So long as you don't mind if baby Lily here is also a helper handmaiden. Lily let out a cute little burp at the sound of her name. Alice had a noticeable look of joy and relief on her face. I wouldn't mind at all. Toby stood beside Clara at the edge of the ballroom. He had grown used to spending time with Clara over the years, eating with her, dancing with her, fighting monsters inside dungeon gates with her. Yet even still, there came moments where he struggled to breathe or even think properly when standing right next to her. When the depth of his feeling felt like it was on the verge of flooding out of him in such a way that it would overwhelm the connection he was building with the beautiful, amber-haired girl. After the battle for Sylvan Stride, Toby knew he wanted to express a deeper feeling to Clara. Yes, they had held hands and kissed, but he felt there was something inside of himself that he wanted to share more of. He turned to Clara. Hey, Clara, there's something I've been meaning to tell. Before Toby could get the words out, all the elves started yelling and chanting some kind of song. The band at the center of the room began playing the lute with a sudden furious intensity. Suddenly, elves grabbed Toby's hands and pulled him away, while another set of elves pulled Clara away. A traditional elven folk dance began. Toby tried to stay cheerful. I'll just have to work up the courage to tell Clara how I feel later on in the evening. 15 minutes later, the elven dance came to an end. Toby returned to the sidelines of the ballroom. He couldn't see Clara anywhere. He did see one familiar face, though. Brock, do you have any hype juice? Kid, didn't I tell you that true hype juice exists inside yourself? Said Brock. Yes, but I know you have the more artificial liquid courage kind, said Toby. I did, said Brock. But I ran out. All these elves are making me nervous myself. He burped. Toby sighed. Some help he was. The young boy searched across the ballroom, scanning the faces of the different guests, his eyes hoping to land on Clara's, and yet they never did. He started to wonder if she had gotten tired and left the ball early, but he figured she would have told him. He eventually tried the large outdoor garden balcony. His eyes lit up when he saw Clara standing in her gorgeous dress, the moonlight illuminating her incredible beauty in the nighttime. Just as he took a step towards her, he then saw her looking up and talking to an elven noble. A tall, elven noble. A handsome, elven noble. Toby suddenly felt his stomach sink with dismay. Clara was struggling to stay awake, listening to the elven noble drag on and on about his family and how important he was. She didn't know how to politely excuse herself from the man, and they were kind of like ambassadors for all the humans of Volsungar, so she didn't want to cause trouble for her friend, Queen Alice, or get them all in some kind of diplomatic squabble. She was about to say something about needing to use the bathroom when, in the corner of her eye, she saw the guy she'd been hoping to spend most of the evening with. Toby. Oh, he'll be my rescue. Except she saw his face and could see he was leaping to the worst possible conclusions. Her own stomach sank at the thought of that. She cut the rambling elf off and said, "Sorry, I have to go." She hurried after Toby, who had turned back inside to the ball. The serene, calm air of night quickly disappeared as she stepped back inside the ballroom, filled with music and the hum of chattering couples and groups. She saw the back of Toby moving through the hall. She rushed after him, picking up her dress so she could move faster. "Tobes," said Clara, grabbing his shoulder. "Where are you off to? You're not—" Toby wiped a tear from his eye. "I'm not nothing. I love you, Clara. I've always loved you, and I'm sick of pretending as if I only just like you or think you're great. I think those things too, but I also feel so much more for you." Clara smiled and embraced him. "I love you too, Toby," said Clara. "I'm so happy you're in my life." The two kissed and danced to the music. The two had never felt happier. 132. Sam looked out across the elven ball, smiling at all his friends. Olivia and Brock were locked in an intense drinking game with a group of elven nobles. Thalia and Curtis were chatting and laughing, sharing memories old and new. Clara and Toby were dancing together, beaming with bliss and happiness. Edgar and Mildred were standing together, smiling down at the baby that had brought them back together, reuniting their love and giving them the family they never thought they would have. It was a beautiful and wonderful night, the kind of evening one cherishes when one knows there are so many dark ones still to come. Amidst all of this good feeling, Queen Alice Grace emerged beside him. "Oh, hello," said Sam. "Hi," said Alice, blushing. They stood awkwardly for a moment, not speaking. Eventually, Sam piped up and said, "Would you like to dance, Alice?" "Yeah, sure," the Queen smiled. Sam blushed and took her hand as they walked out to the dance floor. Alice wrapped her hands around Sam's neck while he took hold of her lithe, thin waist. "So," said the Queen, "I was thinking, over a year ago we pretended to be engaged. How would you feel if we went on an actual date?" Sam's heart fluttered. "I'd love to do that," he said. "That is, if you don't kill me beforehand." Alice's eyebrows furrowed and pinched the back of Sam's neck. "Stop that," she said with a smile. Sam looked down at the beautiful girl looking up at him. "It might be complicated, though," said Alice. "You and I going out on a date." "Why is that?" "Well, I am queen," said Alice. "There's a power imbalance. I'm a well-known figure, whereas you—" Sam smiled at her. "I'm what?" At that very moment, the elven minstrel band stopped playing music to announce they were going to play a new song, one they had learned on the road. They had encountered a young girl, a singer. She had written a ballad about a great warrior, a black-haired swordsman. And then the elf began to sing, and Sam knew for certain it was a song written by Arya Nightshade of the Celestial Caravanseers. Sam grinned and looked at Alice. "What were you saying again? Something about me not being that well known?" Alice grinned and shook her head. "Have I ever told you how much I hate you?" "Too many times, Your Highness," said Sam, smiling. "Too many times." The following evening, Thalia Ashgrove entered a special meeting room where a group of hooded elves were waiting for her. "An impressive start to your new role as Ardoniel," said one. "Very impressive," said another. "Bold," said one more. Thalia knew very well that they despised everything she had done so far, letting in the humans and dwarves, promoting peace and change. She knew her promises to the elven people were going to be hard to keep.
that even with her power of Ardonial, she would have an uphill battle to make some of the changes she wanted. Even still, she plans to fight for what she believed in.
Yes, said Thalia. Which brings me to the first order of business. What are we going to do about the Verendi situation? There's obviously a time constraint, which is why I'm bringing it up now.
The members of the council bristled at the word. Verendi, foreigner. They are honored guests, and we will allow them to stay, of course, said one member. That is not what is being discussed, and you very well know it, said Thalia.
No Verendi has ever been taught the secrets of Aethelum and old magic, said another. It would be sacrilege. You can create lots of change across our society and culture without doing that.
No Verendi has ever been in a position to learn our teachings, said Thalia.
That's what makes this situation different.
The hooded figures shook their heads. We are only an advisory council, said one of the members. You can defy us if you wish, though you know where we stand. Thalia was hoping for a different outcome, but defiance would be fine by her. A few hours later, Sam found himself woken up in the dead of night. A shadowy figure loomed over him. It was Curtis's sister, the new Ardonial, Thalia Ashgrove. He blinked, confused at what was happening.
Come with me, young man,
said Thalia.
It's time you unlocked your path.